is big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello everyone and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen and I am joined by the poker babe, Shirley Rosario. We're straight out of Vegas the last week. Shirley, you've been there for a few weeks. I was doing the lifestyle convention at the Rio last week, and boy, what a main event, what an extravaganza of poker, and what a great time that I think both of us had experiencing the event. Well, of course, tonight we're doing our traditional game on Wednesday night. It's a 30-60 limit hold'em game. The brown chips are $10 chips, and the blind structure is a 20-30 structure. So it's a 3-6 chip structure as well. We're going to go around and introduce the table.
Okay, in seat number 1 we have George.
Of 2+2 Fame and ITH.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, Lizette's in seat number 2. We have Sparks, or Hank, in seat number 3. Z is in seat number 4. In seat 5 is Tom. And Grace, or Action Grace like you call her, is in seat 6. Yulette in seat 7. Seat 8 is Mickey. And in seat 9, Mr. Kim.
5 players.
Well, you know, of course, a mid-level game, as this is characterized, Shirley, really plays as a really big game.
Right.
I mean, it's not uncommon for a player to win or lose several $1,000s in the course of a session.
Right.
And the session doesn't even have to be that long. Look at this. Right off the bat here, we
have a straight going. We have 2 pair, straight flush draw,
and
overpair with kings.
And look at this. Internet George looks like he's raised with the overpair. But seat number 5 there appears to be... He has 2 pairs, but let's see here. It looks like Z had folded their ace-7 there, but seat 9, Mr. Kim has got the straight. And the river's blank there. And, you know, it looks like, Shirley, Mr. Kim checked that at the end. I don't quite understand why you would check. What would you really be scared of there? Jack-7, but...
Jack-Queen.
Yeah, Jack-Queen. 8, 9, 10, Jack-Queen. That's a good point there, too.
Yeah.
Of course, we talk about limit hold'em being a game of value bets there, but I hope this is going to be one of these nights where George is going to have his kings, lose every single time. As he's been on the show before, and I remember one night where he picked up a handful of aces and kings and lost them all. And actually, if you look at our little demo when you go to Live at the Bike, when we run our little 15-minute clip over and over again, we have a couple of his beats listed on there or shown on there just because they were so bad. But pretty solid player. Any of these internet guys, that play cash games for a living, which is actually what I've kind of turned into. Now I try to put in my 5,000 to 10,000 hands a week. They've seen so many hands and they know this game so well that I think it's best to stay out of their way sometimes. But he got unlucky that time. Now, Shirley, of course, you stopped by the convention area, and we were doing promo for Live at the Bike over 4 days, and we had a remote interview area set up, and I interviewed some great people that I just would never expect, never dreamed that I would be able to interview. And we'll have that stuff on in the next coming weeks. We did Doyle Brunson. He sat with me for 5 to 10 minutes. TJ Kludig, Jack Binion.
I know.
It was
and you had
absolutely
Jennifer
incredible.
Harmon too.
Jennifer Harmon, Cindy Violette, Greg Raymer, Chris Moneymaker, Negrano, Phil Locke. The list goes on and on and on. And as we see this hand here, really what we have to thank for helping to get all those people is Robert Turner, who's the executive host here at the Bicycle Casino. Chip Burner Turner, he finished 97th in the event, picked up a cool $77,000, but he's a very accomplished player that doesn't seem to be getting a lot of respect these days because he has never been on TV, but the
Right.
people that have been
He's
around
been around for a
know
long
him.
time. And
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I have to get a few of those. Come on, Bart. Give me credit.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You were very critical in getting some people
Towards
in
the
there
beginning
too.
when I wasn't
Absolutely.
playing, yeah.
Yeah. It was also amazing that these guys have been on TV, and poker's really only boomed the last 2 years. Boy, they couldn't step 5 feet without stopping for pictures and autographs
know.
and stuff like that.
You know, I actually have a funny story on one of the tournaments I was playing. I took a break and was talking with Daniel, and when we were walking back, people were getting his autograph, and he had it down to a T. He was like, "Can you walk with me?" He was like, they're like, "Oh, will you sign this?" He said, "Sure. Can you walk with me?" You know, just like a star would.
Well, you must get a little bit of that too, right? Were you getting some people that you didn't know stopping you to ask you about your website
Yeah, a
and
couple
stuff?
pictures here and there,
Yep.
but not not anything near their level, and not for autographs.
Now, right here, we've got 9, 4, 5, 2 hearts. Grace has picked up a monster flop. She's got bottom pair and a flush draw, and she was heads up with Mr. Kim, and she bets, and she's going to take it down. It was just really amazing. And also, the thing is, as you can actually hear my voice, I held out for as long as possible. I talked so much those weekends promoting the show and doing the interviews that, I totally lost my voice when the convention was over. Totally gone. And they were industry parties, just like if you were at the Oscars there, like really good ones.
Well,
like
I went to a few of those.
Bodog
myself.
threw a
Yeah.
party at Rain
Right.
in the Palms, which was one of the most amazing parties I've ever seen. It was incredible. Hundreds of thousands of dollars was spent
I know.
by some of these companies. It was really, really something. And of course, we had the Bombshell models working for us,
Right.
so I was working hand in hand with them, and I would have loved to have gone out and party with them. I just couldn't do it because
Oh,
my voice
yeah.
was going to be gone. So.
Yeah, one of the first parties that I went to was a premiere movie it's called No Limit. It was a documentary, and it was actually kind of like a red carpet event
Yeah.
where we watched the premiere of the movie, and then they had photographers and news crews there, treating all of us like celebrities.
Well, whoever wins the main event really does become, he becomes a part of pop culture. I hear that, Letterman already has a slot lined up for the person who wins.
Right.
Look what Raymer does. I mean, he just travels around for Poker Stars now. He gets
I
put
know.
into tournaments, and it's actually incredible that he is still in it. And I've asked some people that I don't know how many WPT events he's entered, but I've seen him around tour, and he hasn't had a lot of success. But to get this deep again, you wonder if his style. And if you watch the interviews, I asked almost every single player I interviewed, are you going to change your style up? And almost all of them said no. Well, do you think that some people would actually have a style fit to play 6,000 players as opposed to
Well, I
fit
would
700
imagine
players?
obviously his
You know.
is.
So. And we got a deuce 10 8 flop here, rainbow. And Hank there in seat 3 in the small blind. He's got ace king. And wow, Mr. Kim's going to call him there with a backdoor spade draw, I guess. 6-9, that's no
Oh,
help.
go back. I mean, a 7 draw too.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the gut shot. That makes a little more sense.
But he's still calling.
He's
him.
still going to call, and you wonder if Hank is going to shut down here on the river. What's going to happen? Well, Jack of Diamonds comes. And Hank just continues to bet. And Mr. Kim mucks. And Hank takes it down. And of course, you can, the show is interactive, as you can respond to what we are saying by emailing us at liveatthebike.com or going to 2plus2.com and clicking on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments in the forum section. And you can write some comments, and we'll try to get to them.
So and I'd really appreciate 2Plus Tours to kind of give me updates on John Uwanda.
Oh, yeah, tell
If you
everybody
could.
out there.
I'm not sure if you guys remember, but when I won my seat for the World Series that same weekend, I played Pieces of the Pro on Full Tilt, which I finished second in, and it also awarded me 1% of John Uwanda. So as of last time I checked, I think he was in the $248,000 range, which gets me $2,400. If he wins the whole thing, I get $75,000. So I've kind of been making sure I've been keeping up on his progress.
Boy, they got and they have a real staff out there, a card player. I mean, in the tournament room. I mean, they've got
Right.
a lot of people working for them.
I know. Yeah.
Trying to give those live updates. Now, of course, the tournament moves to Banyan's tomorrow
I know.
for the last 2 days,
Right.
which is really interesting. Now, Lizette here, she's picked up pocket 10s, and she's going to raise.
3 planes.
Grace is going to call. And seat number 8, that's Mickey. She calls. Grace has got a queen 10 of diamonds, and now she and Lizette has bet in with pocket 10s, and Grace has raised with top pair.
3 planes.
And Lizette's in trouble here. The turn is a jack. Actually gives Lizette a couple more outs. But also just outs to, chop with Grace. Grace has a 10 as well.
Right.
And the river is a jack. And look at this. Lizette just check calls all the way. One of the good things about having an aggressive reputation there, Shirley, is that some people who wouldn't tend to call down other players will call you down.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Grace would have played that same way if she had probably like an ace-7 or an ace-8 or pocket 9s.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big pot there.
That was Eulette has on her arm. That looks like a little spade. It's real.
Is it really? Wow.
So she said she got it done in Vegas. Vegas is good for that stuff. The crazy stuff you would never do in another city.
I actually stayed around for a couple of days at a buddy of mine's house that's lived in Vegas for 8 months, and he was telling me, before the last 5 or 10 years, Vegas was actually a place that was a bargain, and because of the gaming, you get kind of reduced rates and everything. Now it's really become the party capital of the world, and it's just like going to New York or London. It's expensive to go there. You're not really going on it. And the only thing that can be said is sometimes you can get good, room rates at some nice hotels, but in terms of food and in terms of going out,
Yeah.
you drop on a lot of money, as
But
I
you can
found
always
out.
go like I go. Free food, free room.
Yeah.
One of the parties that I went to was at Caesars. It was Antonio's party. So
At
SNDRA.
Pure? Was that at Pure?
Right.
Yeah.
And so, you just walk up to the door
Yeah.
and say I'm with Antonio, and, you're in for free. So.
And of course, Pure was voted the #1 club
It was
in America.
crazy. It was so packed.
Yeah. When was that party, and why wasn't I invited? Was that before the main event?
It was. It was
Oh,
2 days
okay.
before
That's
that. It was
why.
on July 5th. That was the night that I went wild. That was the third party that I had been to. I went to the movie premiere that I said. After that, the Full Tilt Bluff Magazine party. And then after that, the Pure.
We got a King 4 of Hearts against Queen 4 of Spades. And looks like Z is going to throw in a bet there. As Mickey checked. And he's going to take it down. I see that we kind of have names and seat numbers
seat
there
number
going
and
too.
name.
So interesting. So we have a quick chip count. If
Chip
you want
count
to go
for the
through
hour?
that
Sure.
real quick.
And let's see, we have $2,000 for George in seat 1. Lizette has $3,000. Sparks has $2,100. Z has $1,200. Tom in seat 5 has $3,000. Grace has $2,000. Eulette in seat 7 is $1,700. Seat 8, Mickey has $2,000, and Mr. Kim has $1,400.
Now we have a raise. Z there, he's got pocket 4s. It looked like Grace 3-betted. And Z is actually going to cap it with jacks from up front. So we've got jacks against pocket 9s. Oh, and Grace is going to be in trouble because there's no way she's folding this hand for all the
Right.
money in the world. And she's going to get raised. Looks like it was a better raise than a re-raise here on the flop. Oh, the turn is a jack. That's going to give Z top
Well,
set.
that's a bad card though for him because slows the action down. She's just going to call now.
And the river's an ace. Now-
Slow it down a little more here.
And Grace is going to call it. Now, a lot of people there, Shirley, especially in Limit Hold'em, Z's bet on the flop. And he's capped it pre-flop. He's bet on the flop. You raised him. Now he makes it 3 bets.
Right.
The turn is a jack, and now the river is an ace. At that point, your 9s, what could you
No
possibly
gambling,
be?
right.
But we know Grace's style. She's just not going to lay down a hand for an extra bet.
I know.
So Grace was actually in Vegas for a little bit.
I didn't run into her.
She was just there at a party.
Okay. Well, that's worth it in itself, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on.
And the parties were some of the most interesting things I've ever seen, as Yulette brings in this hand with ace-queen offsuit from seat 7. She's going to raise it. Just the combination of the type of people at these parties, and we'll get into it after this hand, the type of old, young, internet dorky / internet trendy.
Right.
Jack 4-6. George there's got pocket 9s. And it looks like he bet out there. The turn is a 10. George is going to continue to bet here. Now, Yulette here, she's got overcards and a gut shot. Well, she's going to muck, and it's interesting, Shirley. You know, if you think that your ace, your queen, or king would be good, you've got 9 outs to the river. Pot's probably at least laying her 5-1. It was heads up, but you know, a lot of people are going to call with a flush draw. You actually have more outs in that case. But maybe she didn't know that her, you know, obviously we know Yulette. She plays very, very tight. So. And I actually like the play by George. I mean, George watches this show a lot, so he's probably very familiar with Yulette. By betting there, when Yulette doesn't raise, you can immediately know that she has ace-king or ace-queen.
Right.
Immediately. As this pot looks to be limped around, it looks like we've got either a dead poster or a new player there in seat 8. Oh, no, it's still Mickey there. So she's posted dead there. An 8-3 queen, 2 spades. C there in seat 4. Has got the best hand. And it looks like he raises here with the top pair. Wow, Mickey calls 2 bets cold with an under pair there, Shirley. The turn is a jack of spades. That could be a scare card for everyone.
Is that what you're trying to want me to have? Yeah, see what I have.
Z in seat 4 still has the best hand here with queen 9. And he continues to bet, and he's going to take it down.
Let's see.
So you've got these people. Obviously, you've got the older crowd, okay? The poker players. They're old poker players. They're not going to dress up to go to parties. Don't really care what they look like.
Right.
You know, they're at these parties. Then you've got, you know, your strict kind of like people that looks like they've been playing online poker but haven't really left the house in the last year. Then you've got people that are young internet players or own internet sites that are trendy and have a ton of money. And then you've got all the Vegas conventional promotional models.
Right.
So it's just it was a big conglomeration of a lot of different type of people.
Yeah, one of the best parties that I went to was the Full Tilt Bluff magazine party, and that also, the same thing that you're talking about, was a, you know, big mix of people.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have all the Full Tilt guys and a lot of professionals and a lot of this, but you also have the writers. I'll have to tell you some stories about that.
You got 5, 10, 8 here on the flop, 2 hearts. Z's going to lead with 7, 8. And it looked like Mickey raised there with 6, 8. And Mr. Kim is going to call with overcards and a gut shot to the 9.
Red light district.
So we got quite a little pot here, three-way action. The turn is an ace. That's no help to anyone. And Mickey's going to continue to lead there in C8 with 6, 8. And Z's in a tough spot right now, Shirley. He has the best hand, but there's no way he could know that.
Right, that's a tough call.
Yep.
But he makes it.
And the river is a king. And actually, I believe that it was going to be a
Mr.
chop.
Kim bet there.
But Mr. Kim bet there with his missed draw, and he actually...
Well,
excuse me, he
the
made
river
the
he
straight.
made it-
Yeah,
yeah.
he had a gut shot there on the
Right.
double gutter on the turn.
Right.
Yeah, so he made it on the river. Double gutter's tough to pick up sometimes. That ace actually gave him additional outs to the double gut, a 9
Right.
or a king, and he got it.
So the one party, you know, I really fit well with the writers because, you know, they all knew me, knew my site and stuff like that, and I really hit it off well. So the one night, you know, I'm hanging inside, and, you know, with all the players and stuff like that, but I end up making my way outside and start hanging with all the writers. And Daniel Negrano is, you know, one of us, and he eventually makes it out there with us. And we do this, two of the guys had podcasts, and he does a serious interview, what it starts out to be, and then ends up doing a Scotty Wynn imitation for like 15 minutes. And it was the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. And I can't find out which one of those writers has that podcast somewhere. The podcast is located somewhere.
Isaac is saying go to the iTunes store. iTunes store? Right. Oh, the... Interesting stuff we're learning here about iCast. The iTunes store, that's where they're broadcasted. So maybe somebody can look out there and see it. Deuce 8 queen here, 2 diamonds. Grace has got a flush draw. The turn is a 4. Looks like seat number 5 there with the 8. Second pair has the best hand. Z's in there with a gut shot. And it looks like it gets checked to Grace, and Grace puts in a bet as she picks up a pair now in a flush draw. And Tom mucks the best hand in seat 5. And the river is a 5. And Z, of course, he missed a straight. So Grace is going to take it down with a pair of 4s. Now let's see how seat 5 feels about that. Sometimes realizing that...
no, he realizes it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Russ, on 2+2 for the update. Go on to 37 players left.
And we know over the last couple of weeks that it was a little bit of a trying time for us at Live at the Bike because we were, really understaffed. And thank you all for continuing to join us. I actually heard that Isaac actually posted a message up on 2+2 first.
Did you, Isaac?
Yeah. But it's difficult. I mean, these past 2 weeks, it's the only time that will probably in the history of the show that will ever be like that.
Yeah. Right.
Well, 2 people have pocket 7s here.
Is that until next year?
Hank in seat 3
and
Tom in seat 5. And we got a family pot. 6-way action times 30, so it's already a $180 pot.
What's the odds of them winning with the 7th?
No, not anymore. 4-8 ace. Mr. Kim there is going to bet with the 8, and it looks like he has the best hand. Mickey there, she's called with bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. Turn is a king. And it goes check, check on the turn. And now the river's a queen, and she gets queens up, and she's going to bet it. She's made queens up. And Mr. Kim there, maybe he was, a little bit afraid that she was check calling with a weak ace or a better 8, but he actually, by not betting the turn there, allowed her to win the hand, because I'm sure if he bet the turn that she probably would have mucked.
Yeah.
It was also really surprising, too, Shirley, how many of the top players knew about Live at the Bike. Negrano actually said that he turned his assistant on to the show because he thought that it was something great for beginning players, especially beginning players that that are trying to play some of the games that we show here.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah.
He said he liked the commentary a lot.
Did he?
And Phil Locke said he was a big fan of the show too. So. And I proceeded to give Phil Locke a little bit of the business for telling him that his girlfriend now has
more
a bracelet
than
before he does.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm telling you, she was the star of the show at that one party, the movie premiere.
Yeah.
That's where all the news crews and cameras and photographers went as soon as those 2 walked in.
We got a
crazy
8-9 jack here on the board. And someone's got ace-10, and that's going to make a straight for Lizette.
Make a straight? What? You're crazy, Bart. The river was a...
Oh, I guess I did not.
Yeah, didn't make a straight. She won the pot.
Well, we had a little bit of difficulty there because we were all over the place because Roulette wasn't showing a hand, so we were trying to figure out what was going on. You're the one that's supposed to have trouble reading the straights, too,
I
not me.
know, I know.
Black, small black. Yeah.
No discount.
So he had, listen to this. He had pocket tens and a
Pocket queens there for Z in seat 4.
ace. Wow. That was like real
Hank has got an ace-10 offsuit. Let's see if he brings this one in from mid-position. No, he's going to muck.
Wow.
He's going to muck. He was in 4th position there. When I'm playing a lot of hands, like online and on a machine, I definitely make that move. In a live game,
In this game, I'd be coming in raising, but
well, I mean, that is mid to, that's early
Right.
middle position, so we're going to see
but I mean, it looks like
five-way
it was
action.
going to be the right move.
Jack 7-9, 2 hearts. Z's going to bet here with his overpair. Seat 5 is out of the hand. Grace is out of the hand. And you let actually called there on the pre-flop with 7-8. And look at this, she's made trip 7s on the turn. Seat 7, you let, and she's just going to bet it right out. But Mickey has also made trip 7s, and she's going to raise, and Yulette is out kit.
Right. But Yulette does have a straight draw there.
Yep, she's got a gut shot. Now what does Z do with the overpair? He's going to lay it down. It's a good lay down. And Yulette's going to call. And the river is a 9, and that
Top
is
pot.
actually going to chop it up. Look at that. Wow. So we're going to split it. Yulette got a little bit lucky there. Of course, she had outs to win the hand with
Right.
an 8, with a straight, and outs to chop there.
I know you have a 7.
This is live.
I know you have a 7. I don't
I'm
believe
okay
you
with
have a
it.
9.
I'm okay with
I'm
it.
okay with it.
Not 1 7, 2. You have a nice
Maybe I should, hindsight?
Yeah, when I did an interview with Jennifer Tilly, and
Thank you.
after we concluded the interview, which was actually about 5 or 10 minutes, by the time I had been talking to her, we were in a corner near the stage. There must have been a few hundred people that were around our booth. When I was done, of course, I got my girls, my bombshell girls
Bombshell,
behind me. They're sitting in there, and the cameras start going off. People are asking her for autographs, and we must have had 15 different news crews start taking pictures. And she was posing in the middle with the two bombshell girls, Tara and Jessica, next to her. And, it was quite a sight. She ended up being in our booth for at least 20 minutes to a half an hour. She couldn't get out. It was...
Well, I hope that we grab pictures and put it up on the site. Evelyn.
So we're going to see a 3-bet here. It's ace-king against pocket 3s against king-queen. Mr. Kim 3-betted pre-flop. And the flop gets checked around here. The turn is a 7, and Mickey actually has the best hand. She's going to bet out from early position there with pocket 3s. Got a gut shot to the 4. And the river's a 10. Roulette was out of the hand now. And she continues to bet with the 3s. And she had the best hand the whole time. And she
Right.
takes it down.
If I think about Julia, it was still a 10 deuce, right?
A little surprised because Mr. Kim is a pretty aggressive player that when he 3-betted pre-flop there, I mean, yeah, that was a raggy flop, but usually you would lead out there in that position with ace-king if you had shown strength. And it seems like Mickey, I have never seen her play. She's been making some calls, and she's a pretty loose player, but if someone's playing their pocket 3s to hit a set, and the flop is 10, 6, 7, and I got a guy to my left that's 3-betted me, I'm going to lay that down. So
Right.
it's usually a pretty good play to bet there. And seat number 8 there, she's going to bring this one in for a raise with ace-3 of clubs. And Lizette's in there with queen-jack from the blind. 3, 4, 5.
I think,
Look at this, Lizette leads.
does someone have an out button? I think Lizette came in first raising.
That?
Small blind is Mr. Kim.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, Lizette came in raising
I have
with
the
Queen
same thing
Jack.
as me, Lizette.
And now Lizette leads in here with a turn. But Mickey's made a. She's made a straight.
Made the straight.
Well, Lizette either limped or
It,
raised.
it looked like she
Yeah.
came in raising.
Okay. River was a jack.
Set up on 4, please.
I'm going to have to go out and talk to her now. She came in raising under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit.
I like the way she plays.
Nothing wrong with being aggressive, but I think that hand criteria, pre-flop and limit hold'em is
Well, at least
vastly
at
underrated.
least she raised. At least she didn't limp.
Now seat 5's he's gonna come in for a raise here. He's got ace king offsuit. Mr. Kim's gonna call with pocket 4s on the button. George has got king 10 suited in the small blind, and Lizette has got 8-9 offsuit.
One time I,
And the flop is ace jack queen, 2 clubs. And look at this, George has flopped the nut straight, and he is going to check raise here with king 10. And of course Tom has hit that top pair, and Tom has 3-betted, it looks like, back. So let's see how George plays this. You'd assume he's probably going to go for a check raise here as he just called the re-raise. Turns a 9. No, he's going to lead out right away. And Tom just calls in seat 5.
I knew that was coming. We're going to get a check now. Oh, nope, he's not going to slow down. Good for him.
Nope. And by making that bet right there, Shirley, he's gained an extra bet. It's a great bet on the end, because how do you put the guy necessarily on a club draw? Now, he did 3-bet you on the flop, but the only thing that he really kind of could have had was maybe king, queen of clubs. You know what I mean? To raise in that position and to 3-bet there.
Right.
Kenna James told me it's a great move by George to make if you bet on the river, but if you're raised, you really have to really consider getting rid of the hand. Now, I don't know if George would have mucked if it was raised. Probably not, but it's still a great value bet to be made there. Well, Kev Math says, of course, the 2+2 live at the bike star said that he saw my performance on the Players Network on Wednesday, and he thought I did a great job promoting the show. Well, thanks a lot, Kevin. I didn't actually forgot about that. Players Network.
I was just going to ask you about that.
Yeah, Players Network is it's a thing on the internet. It's a streaming service. They were only streaming it live during the World Series, but they were covering the convention.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Do they have something like archives that I can go back and look?
they do have archives, but they weren't anything that was filmed, I guess, at the show. It was only the interviews that we're doing on stage. But they actually came to our booth the first day and did
okay.
like a closed circuit thing with me. So it was really cool. They've been doing stuff for, I think, about a year, Players
I have
Network.
to check that out. I had never even heard of it, and I thought actually what I thought it was a television channel. That it was going to be like a players channel, like a poker kind of channel for television. I didn't know that it was even on the internet.
I think they're really trying to do something like that, and this was like their first production. They had a lot of professional equipment, obviously the lighting and
Right.
stuff, but I think they've done stuff on the internet before, and they're really maybe doing this to shop their product around a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
I might go there later.
If anyone has any more information about that, they can fill us in. Well, family pot here must have been limped around if Hank is in there with deuce 7 suited. 4-5-4. And Lizette there is going to bet into a flush draw, and I love that bet. That's a great semi-bluff. When the pot is small and there aren't many people in there, and you figure that maybe some people limped in with some high cards. Why not semi-bluff? Of course, a semi-bluff is a hand that is not necessarily the best hand yet, but
At the moment,
the
right, it has
chances,
outs. Mhm.
right, it has outs, and the chances, that people will fold, combined with the chances that your hand will improve,
Right.
make it a strong move. And I want to welcome everyone who is joining us for the first time, by learning about us through the convention there at the Rio. I met a lot of interesting people.
Yes.
They all promised to watch, so we hope you're enjoying this 30-60 game. King, deuce, king here. 2 spades. Mickey came in for a raise with jacks. And it looks like Z had called there with a queen 5 offsuit. And Mickey's going to bet, and she's going to take it down. What I suggest to a lot of people is, because of the nature of how the show works and it's live poker, you're not going to see the consistent action that you would see in an edited television
Right.
show.
Mhm.
So I think that what a lot of people do is they play online, okay?
Mhm.
They have turn the webcast on, listen to our commentary,
Right.
and then click over when something
exciting's happening. That's what I do
exciting.
when I'm at home listening
Right.
to.
Right. Believe me, you'll know if something's exciting happening.
Yeah.
'Cause we'll tell you.
Bart will wait. Look at this. So TSN guy from 2+2 is asking about the podcast story. I'm not really sure. I mean, Daniel was the one doing the interview on the podcast. There were 2 blogger/writers that recorded the interview. Now, like I said, I don't know which website it's on. I know that these guys are called the 2 Irish Guys, and they were one of the guys. And then the other one, it might have been the Poker Prof, which does Las Vegas, and Flip Chip.
Let's win. It's a forward can get
But
The
I'm
other
not sure where it is. If you find it, let me know.
The other thing I was telling people about, too, they asked me, what kinds of games do you do on Live with the Bike? Well, I said, well, we do all kinds.
Let's win it.
But if you're tuning in for the first time, we do, probably one of our most popular shows is the unrestricted 10-20 no limit
No
game,
limit,
and that's on
right.
Friday nights.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's Vietnamese.
Just to give you a clue in for programming.
Uh,
So we're heads up here, ace-jack suited against George in seat 1, who brought it in for a raise, it looks like, with ace-10 offsuit. And Grace is going to bet right here, right away. And George is not going to get involved.
And you get $1 million draw or something.
So someone just mentioned something about $1 million draw. You want to talk about
Yes.
the $1 million
Absolutely. We
bonus
are
going on here?
starting an incredible jackpot program here, Shirley. We've added a jackpot to this game, as you can see now, and in the 20 game, and in every game. And the jackpot games at the 6-12 limit or over, or the 100 buy-in no limit or
Right,
over.
or over. Mhm.
Basically, when you now win a jackpot, the table share, you're going to get your normal
Everybody
money.
on the table.
Right, you're going
Mhm.
to get your normal money, okay? That table share goes on at the end of the month to be entered into a drawing. So let's say
Each player that won on that table
Right.
Gets entered.
it's
right.
like, or the table number or the table share gets entered,
Right.
the person on the table. So let's say 40 jackpots were won last month.
Mhm.
The 40 table numbers will be put into a hat, and one of the table numbers, the entire table share, will be drawn. Okay.
Mhm.
And after that, they go into another drawing where there are 100 envelopes.
Okay, so you said of those 40 people, because I misunderstood this earlier.
Well, we'll do this hand. And
Okay.
We'll try to clarify. Eulette's got a top pair here with the queen. She's bet, and it looks like Lizette is called here with ace deuce of hearts. A 3 comes on the turn, and Eulette is going to continue. Looks like Eulette check called that time. And the river is an 8 of spades, and I'm sure Lizette is going to check behind Eulette. Nope. Wow. Boy, she does really have a loose, aggressive style, but I mean, when you're up against someone like Eulette, what should you possibly be check calling?
I agree with you on that
You know,
one.
it's. But anyways,
So what you're trying to say is that the table is getting entered the drawing? I thought each person on the table is getting entered.
no, it's actually, for an example, if if you're on a table that wins, let's say that table share, quote unquote, gets entered. So it's the entire table.
9 people.
Yeah, the entire table get
Okay.
entered, okay? So let's say you've had 40 jackpots, okay? Well, all the tables go into a hat, and one is picked.
One of the 40.
One of the 40 is picked,
Okay.
okay? At that point, now that table share moves into the $1 million drawing. There are 100 envelopes. One of the envelopes has $1 million in it.
And the
Each-
others have a minimum of
A
10,000.
minimum of 10,000.
So
And then it's
who
broken up
draws?
as a table share.
But who's going to draw?
Who's going to pick the envelope? Probably the winner, probably the big end of the jackpot, I believe. Yeah, it's the big end of the jackpot.
okay.
But everything
See, I
is
misunderstood
done
a
like
little
a
bit.
table
Yeah.
share.
Okay.
So if you win the $1 million, now the table share gets broken up into
Okay.
that amount. So
I understood almost all of it, but I
Yeah.
thought each person was getting put into the drawing. Like the 40 people,
Ah.
40 tables that hit it, the 9 players from each table, so there's 360 people in the little pool.
no, it's actually each table share. That's
Okay.
what they're calling it.
So the $1 million would be divided amongst the 9 people.
As we divide, the normal jackpots, meaning that the big end's going to win. I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe that it's divided like
Like a normal jackpot.
Yep.
So the big end wins
Would
the 50%.
500,000. Small end wins 250, and then the remaining 30% or 25% is chopped amongst there.
Got it.
So I hope we tried
I
to
should know
clarify
these things.
that.
Yeah, if I'm sitting here playing these games, I
Well,
should
that's something
know.
that we just started. So seat 8 there, she's limped on the button there with a 10-4 suited. George is going to complete it. It's a 2-3 structure, Shirley, so you can almost call with any 2 cards for the 1 extra chip. King 9 Jack Rainbow.
Now, Lisette looks extremely frustrated. She's not even putting her cards over the
Well, she's bet,
camera.
and Mickey has
There she
called
goes.
with a
Sticks
gut
them up.
shot. She's got a King 3, so she has top pair. Ace comes on the turn there, ace of clubs, and Lisette bets again, and she takes it down.
Now, while I do admire the way that she plays, I mean, you can't be getting pissed off because you screwed up. I mean, unless you're pissed off at yourself. But her little attitude that she has right there, I mean, she can only fault herself for playing the last hand that way.
Yeah. So anytime you are a part of a table share when you come here and win a jackpot, you've got a chance to even win more money.
Right.
Hopefully your table will be drawn at the end of the month, and then hopefully your big end winner
Yeah.
will win.
And you pick $1 million.
Of course, this is
ticket, and
the,
you
the,
get 500,000
the 612
more.
games are over, or the 100 no limit are
Okay.
over. So you can check that out. Actually, we have a big advertisement on the back of Card Player this issue.
And is it only Hold'em? Like with
It is only Hold'em right
612
now.
Omaha wouldn't
Yeah.
qualify. Okay.
Yep. 10-7 Jack, Rainbow. Z has got top pair, and it looks like Grace raised there. She's open-ended. The turn is an 8. And it goes check, jack. Grace has taken the free card, and the river's a 5. And now Z's going to bet here with King Jack. And Grace is going to lay it down. Well, there's a kind of a great fundamental play of limit hold'em there. Shirley, if we can keep that board up there for a second. Grace is raised there with the king-queen. She's bought herself a free card. In actuality, it's not free, but she's costing it half a bet
Right,
less.
she's saving that,
and
right.
she checked right behind Z on the turn.
Right.
And she got that. She gained that card. And, unfortunately, she didn't make it on the river, but it was cheaper to play that hand that way than to just call on the flop and call
then
on
call
the turn.
again. Mhm.
Yeah.
Elmo was a big hit in World Series, huh? It's the second time I've heard about him today. Do you even know what I'm talking about, Bart?
No.
There was a guy that was playing in the World Series, and he had a big Elmo-like head on, so you couldn't even really see his face.
Lizette's raised here from the button with 5-8 of hearts, and Z called with an ace-queen, and Z led out on the flop, but Lizette has top pair. Now she's got trips. So now Z's going to check with the ace-queen. Again, he tried to lead her out right on the flop. A little little does he know that Lizette's not going anywhere heads up with trips.
What's your read on the situation?
And he correctly folds. And what was his stunt that they're talking about here on 2+2?
I would imagine just that he had that hood on or his head on while he was playing. I don't know. I mean, unless he pulled something else.
Thank you.
I was saying, earlier that I asked almost every single person that I interviewed, are you going to change your strategy up for such a big field? And almost everyone said no, absolutely no. I'm playing against 10 players. But when you see, I guess this really is only referring to Raymer, could he possibly really have a style that, is indicative for going up against gigantic fields? And where he differs from style from other players, I think, is where when he accumulates chips, he will gamble and call with things that other players normally would not.
Yeah, I read
almost like Gus Hansen-esque a little bit.
Well, yeah, a borderline there.
Yeah. Not as wild as Gus Hansen, but I'm saying calling with hands where you know where you're behind, but calculating the fact, well, I'm not that far behind, where if I'm to win this hand, I can make a lot more chips in the future.
Right. Right. And, I mean, there is a different way to play depending on the field.
Yeah.
And I do think that Greg gives himself great position to get there because he accumulates the chips early on in the rounds. And because he does that, people might say that he's lucky, but he's allowing himself to be lucky by accumulating those chips, by getting in these race situations, because it's not going to affect a stack.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he gets in a race, and if he loses, he still has a ton of chips. And if he doesn't, he has more.
Look at this. Lizette's continuing to bet. She bet on the flop with ace-deuce. On the turn, it's a club, and let's see if she finally shuts down here on the river. Yeah, she's going to get checked. She's going to check it down. So, again, that ace-deuce is just doing her in. Kind of a desperate. I don't actually mind the bet there on the turn because if Grace doesn't have a high club, she's not going to call.
Right.
But it's a combination of, frustration and, I don't know, some bad luck because it's not having a great day, it looks like they're over in seat 2.
Yeah.
And it was also fun to see that Mattisau and Raymer were on the same table again this year.
I know.
And I'm sure that's going to be very heavily covered on ESPN.
That's what
yeah.
I think, Mattisau, period, is going to be heavily covered. And I'm probably one of the very few that am glad that he's up there because he does make great television, and let him get to the final table and get knocked out in 8th. And we can watch him cry again.
I was thinking the same thing. We're going to watch him cry.
But he is great television, and I enjoy watching him get there. And he obviously has something, what it takes, to get there 2 years in a row.
Well, here's a great example of some poker psychology for you. I've never seen Lizette play this hand. Now, granted, she was in mid to late position, but she's bringing it in with ace-5 offsuit. She's not that type of really player.
She sure hit it.
And then she's hit it, the ace. Now, Z's got pocket 7s with the 7 of clubs in his hand in seat 4. And it's very, wow, look at that. He's calling. I was going to say, it's very difficult to call that type of flop with pocket 7s with the 7 of clubs, but he does call. And the turn is a king. Lizette's going to bet once again. Z, of course, he does have outs here for the river.
But he doesn't know that.
Yep.
If he hits his club, is it good? If he hits a 7, is it good?
She shows the ace to Z. Now, one of the huge things that I've always said since the beginning of the show is I'm a big fan of firing into a pot, especially if you're the aggressor, a 3-suited flop with an ace, or even a king sometimes, because now we saw Z make that call, but I don't think that's usually the correct call. It's very difficult to call a 3-suited board with an ace unless you have an ace, or at least the second or maybe the third nut draw to that, the queen or the king of that suit. As we see, they're changing the drop box, the jackpot, and the collection. Do that every 8 hours here.
Do you guys play once in a while, man?
So we've got a raised pot here. Looks like Z brought it in with ace-10 offsuit. And he's going to get called in a few spots. So we already have a $180 pot. Deuce 8-4 rainbow. No one's really got any piece of this. Z's going to bet. Grace calls. And Mickey's going to call there. Well, Z's still in the lead here, Shirley. And now he's going to check. And Grace
I'm
takes the
still
card,
just
free card.
amazed that nobody hit a piece of that yet. All three of them were in there on the flop.
Well,
with the
ace-10.
bet.
Ace-10's going to be good.
What a beautiful dealer.
Well, one of the other things, though, you know, with that type of flop that you read in many middle limit
11
or even
cards
low
and
limit
no
poker
pairs.
books is better to chase overcards with that type of flop with king-queen than with ace-king, actually, because, you know, even if you have ace-king, especially in a very, very loose game, if you hit your ace, you know, someone else is liable to have ace
Red.
X that matches the board before. So you don't know if you hit your ace if you're good. Now, obviously, your kicker's good.
Right. Well, I mean, I understand sometimes calling with overcards, but calling with king 9 after
Oh,
there's
that's-
already been
oh.
a bet and call, that's pretty ugly.
Yep. So this one's going to get limped around here 3 ways. Or 4 ways. 4 ways. It's a $120 pot to the flop. Ace 9-10 rainbow. And 2+2er internet guru George there has ace-6 of clubs in the blind, and he bets on top pair.
I'm trying to figure that out. Is he in the blind? Because I can't even imagine. It doesn't look like he's in the blind to me. But I can't imagine how he got in this pot with ace-6.
Oh, he's not.
It looks
in
like the
blind.
buttons you let. It looks like
Yeah.
he's first
wow,
position.
that is very surprising to see him limp in with ace-6 suited. It
Oh,
is.
see these 2+2ers.
Now, Hank raised there with 7-9 with second pair. And Mickey cold called. And now Hank's going to take a free card. So George is in the lead. Now, third heart comes on the river. And look at this. Mickey's made
Mickey
a
her
backdoor
friend.
flush. She called
She
the
doesn't hit the straight, but she hits
Wow.
the
Yep.
back door.
She called the flop cold in an unraised an unraised pot with just a gut shot, but she ends up making it there on the river with her backdoor flush. And she takes down a nice little pot there. Yes, I am very, very surprised to see George play ace X suited under the gun there. Now that's a hand that you can play in extremely loose games where there isn't a lot of pre-flop raising, but I'm not going to characterize this game as that.
But I would say that in late position. You know, I mean, if you're coming in with ace-6 suited, and if you come in late position, you can see if there's 3 people in the pot.
Yeah, you
then
might want to
get
limp
in it.
Yeah.
But not when you're in first position.
Yeah. Well, that's why I just assumed that he was in the blind. You
Yeah, I know. That's why I had to do a few double takes.
Yeah.
Well, a couple double takes.
Z's going to come in here for a raise with ace-king. And Mickey is going to call with ace-jack. So ace-king offsuit against ace-jack offsuit. And George is going to complete. He's got a suited connector, 5-6 of hearts. He's getting odds to call there. Oh my goodness, look at that, Shirley. Both players flop trip aces. Let's see how this hand plays out. This is one of these hands where if you're playing internet poker, flip over. Because I'm sure Z is going to bet here on the turn. He's going to get raised, and he's going to 3-bet. We're going to see some... Look at this. He bets blind. The turn is a 3. Let's see if Mickey raises. And she does raise. And here we go with 3-bet. And now you got to really think that maybe I'm going to kick her trouble.
One more ace.
6 comes on the river, and Z's bet blind again, and Mickey's going to
That
call.
might give a little indication there. You know, he bets blind.
Yep. Now that pot right there was a double bet times 3 people pre-flop, so you're looking at $180. You know, it was bet and called on the flop, so that's about $240. 3 bets times 2 on the turn, which is, you know, another $360 on top of that, so that's about $700, and then a bet and a call on the river. So about over $800.
Right.
So that's how these, you know, these, I guess, like I said, again, they call mid-limit games go. This is really a big game. It really is. Queen Jack suited.
Young lady, I dealt your hand.
Z there.
Could you let her know?
And Grace, she's picked up Ace King and she's going to raise. Now Mickey's got, Yulette actually has Ace Queen offsuit. I would have loved to have seen Yulette isolate Grace because Grace can come in with a lot of hands, surely, that aren't that good, like an Ace 9. Why not 3 better with Ace Queen?
It's a hustle, yeah. What brings you here? I had to pick up my motorcycle over in the east.
Now Grace bets and now Yulette raises. Interesting.
Two-parted drive to the hustle.
Grace is going to call. So maybe Yulette can use her
You have to show your
reputation to drive Grace out of the hand here. Turn is a 9. Yulette bets again and Grace calls, and you know Yulette's going to have to bet here on the river if that's
Yeah,
what her
but I
strategy
think Grace
was.
will call again.
You think with Ace
I
King?
think so.
Again, what I'm saying against with Yulette.
Well, you let bet. There you
Wow,
go. Grace called.
unbelievable! I said I don't mind Yulette with her reputation making that play right there. I can't believe that Grace called. I mean, we say that Grace is a calling station. I actually really liked if I'm a very, very tight player with a reputation of Yulette, I would think no one in their right mind would call me after I showed a lot of strength there with Ace King.
But you're actually the type of player that thinks not only what you have, but what the other player has, what the other player's style is. I
Right, and
more,
usually
I think it's more cut and dry with Grace. I think it's just basically
Just
what she has.
Right.
You know, it's like
As
I have
opposed
ace
to
high.
playing the player. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I got to tell you, we've been doing the show for 5 months. Yulette's been on the show. I've never seen her play that aggressively or bluff really ever, except for that one hand. So, I get, she's picking the wrong person to do it against, but still, Grace lays down some hands, doesn't she? I guess that question's rhetorical.
All right, so we have Grace. She moved over into seat 5, and we had a new player in seat 6. I think we had his name, Ken.
Remember this? Raise big blind.
So tell me about any wild partying you did while you're there.
Well, unfortunately, the only wild partying I was doing was afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Light on Sunday night, which is pretty cool.
That's the one in Bellagio, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Z's got pocket aces here, and all of this is going to get chopped around. He's not pleased.
he has to drop it.
Yep.
I'll give the dog.
Monday, my buddy and I, he had a cookout. Was hung around Vegas. Vegas is a great place to go on vacation to. I moved here from Boston to LA because I think LA and San Diego have the best weather in the world. I could never live in Vegas. It's unbearable.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely unbearable.
And it's like night and day
It's
in the casinos.
115 degrees at 9 o'clock at night.
I know, and
Yeah.
inside the casinos it's cold.
Right, yeah.
So I mean, I'm wearing jeans and like a 3/4 sleeve, not
Because
or
you know it's gonna
sometimes
be cold
tank top
inside.
and a little sweater.
Right.
Walking outside looking like a total idiot. But inside the casinos it's cold. I actually would pack because I'm always in sandals, but I would pack a pair of socks.
Yeah.
In my purse for when it got really cold. I would put my socks on.
Well, I know, but you better have not walked more than, say, 20 steps outside, because in those long, in jeans and a long sleeve shirt. 'cause-
Well, to
know.
my car, but then the convention, I was smart enough to close over to the convention, but that's what everybody else was doing. So sometimes I did have to walk,
Go ahead, yeah.
Yep.
take a hike.
Have a look at my hand.
One of the funniest things that I found about
Okay, we talk. I haven't looked.
the World Series going on this year was
And they're actually going to let this. They don't normally allow this, but
right.
or they're not supposed to allow it, but sometimes they do. They had a limper and they chopped
They
But
chopped it.
go ahead.
Was how the two things that were running at one time was that dance competition with these little girls and then poker players. Didn't you just find that strange? I just thought it was so
Well, during the first couple events when I was there earlier in the month, they had that jewelry convention going on in the convention center.
Right. But that's different than having 8-year-old girls running around with all these, poker players.
Are you trying to imply that poker players shouldn't be mixed with?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that they're child molesters. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, it's I don't know. It just seemed kind of strange to me.
Now, the small blind did not chop here. He's raised with pocket threes. And Ouellette's called here with 7-10 offsuit. Jack, deuce, deuce. Not a bad flop for threes. He's going to bet. And Ouellette quickly mucks.
That bet was kind of strange. I would have raised him.
Well,
it's like he put
you
it
and
out there like,
yeah.
I don't really think I should do this, but I'm going to try it.
We've had this discussion. You and I are of kind of different. We play a different style when we're in the blinds heads up against someone. I would have no problem. If someone in the small blind raised me, I wouldn't have a big problem mucking 7-10 offsuit in the big blind.
Right.
Now, you you go with the theory that you're getting odds and you hope you can outplay
I can outplay them, and
yeah.
right there I would have not just tried to hit the flop, I would have read that situation. And did you notice the way that he threw those chips in the pot? He, dropped them in like, I really don't, have anything here, and I would have raised him. I would have taken that pot from him.
Now, Grace is raised here from late position, and Mr. Kim, it looked like he limped and he called, or Mr. Kim could have been the
He was the blind.
raiser.
He was the blind.
Oh, he was the blind.
Yeah.
Yes, he was the big blind. And Mr. Kim's going to check call. Grace is in the lead here with ace high. Seat 9 against seat 5. And the turn is a 7, so 3 sevens on the board. And Mr. Kim check calls again from seat 9. And the river is a queen. And it goes check, check, and Grace is going to take it down with ace high.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Vicky's going to be coming into the game, Shirley. There's a face we haven't seen in a while.
So Mickey left, Ken took her spot, and now Vicky will take Ken's spot in seat 6.
You know, the other thing is, as I've played more and more online, and hopefully actually in the next month or so, I'm going to be doing this more exclusively and just playing online for a living as opposed to propping. And I think you kind of have similar feelings about it now that online is just more lucrative. You get a lot of experience playing heads up from the blinds because, of course, there isn't a chop capability. On some sites there are.
Right.
But playing live, normally somebody will chop. But now you've facing a situation where you're in the big blind and
I think in order to be a
raise to you-
successful player, you have to be able to play from the blind and play heads up in situations. And Bart, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with folding your blind to a raise, but you can't do that every time. People will pick up on that and always come after your blinds if they're in position, if they think you're going to lay down every time.
Well, there's a good look at Tony TNT.
I guess not.
There.
He just totally ignored me on that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, accomplished tournament player. I think he had a couple cashes this
year.
year.
He did have a couple cashes.
Yeah.
He told me he was going to win the limit event, and he ended up getting
got 6th, right, or something?
I think he got 6th.
Yeah.
He had told me 2 days prior, I'm going to win the event this Sunday.
Yeah.
And then I went back and gave him a hard time. I said, "What the hell, you say you're going to win it, you can't win it. What's wrong with you?"
No, your girlfriend. My girlfriend now.
And then another person I gave a hard time was Greg Mueller, FTB Mueller. He played in a limit event. On 2 of the events, I got knocked out, and I watched, Mark Safe, who's one of my best friends. He won 2 bracelets this year.
Yeah, that was great.
I got knocked out. I went over there. I rooted him to first place. And Greg, he's a pretty good friend of mine. And I was at home, though, but watching him, and he ended up getting, I think, 9th, 8th maybe. And I said, come on, I root Mark in. He gets first place both times. I root for you. You can only get 8th. What's wrong with you?
And off the top of my head, he's the only multiple bracelet winner this year, right?
Mark?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously that's so difficult to do with the fields the way they are now.
I know.
It's incredible.
And what's even more incredible was I'm sure that probably some people have heard back-to-back. And technically, you don't say back-to-back, but for him it was back-to-back events. He played the event. He won. The next morning he flew out to Florida, went to an affiliates conference because he works with Absolute Poker, and then came back, played the next day and won that one too.
Now look at this. Lizette actually 3-betted out of the small blind with pocket fives. Mr. Kim came in the cutoff with king queen. Mr. Kim has outflopped Lizette, and let's see if Lizette continues to lead with fives. And I'm surprised that now Kim probably is going to raise there. Yeah, Kim raises as he picks up an open-ended straight draw in seat 9 with his top pair. And again, Lizette in seat 2 cannot be there. There's Vicky coming in with a
New
pink
hairstyle.
shirt. The red highlights.
I haven't been here. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You haven't
Yeah.
even seen her since she colored her hair red. Look at this. We're getting some updates. We had a little computer difficulty the last 15 minutes.
Okay.
But Kev Math says down to 36, so Shirley makes another 3,900?
That's about where I am right now.
Oh,
I
okay.
think.
Okay.
If the 36th place gets 390,000, I make 3,900. I get 1%. So.
Yeah.
He's sweet, Mr. Kim. He's sweet.
And they're talking about, I guess, Mattis semi-bluff some of his stack away.
So I'm sitting here kicking myself because I don't know if you remember the story, but when I won the 1% of John Uwanda, I actually got heads up with the player, and the first place finisher got 10%.
Wow. Well,
So
that's
it's
quite a
huge
difference. Absolutely.
So that person's sitting right now with $39,000, while I'm sitting with my piddly 3,900. So I'm kind of kicking myself on that one. When we got heads up, she did have me like 4-1, but I played one hand I played the hand bad.
Now, did you talk with John Juana? Does he know who you are?
Yeah,
yourself?
he knows that I have 1%.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Because do you have a profile of him on Poker
No, I do
Babes?
not.
You don't?
No.
I assume you were going to put one up there at some point.
Right.
Right.
Oh, I have so many things to do. He's getting up there, and then, of course, Jennifer Tilley. Jennifer Harmon will be up soon.
Lizette's come in here with King Jack offsuit. And Hank, let's see what he's going to 3-bet here with. Possibly picking up the fact that Lizette has been
Might be
losing.
tilting.
Let's see what he's got. He's got ace-king. Oh, that's a good move, regardless of who you're against. 7-4 queen, so no one has a piece. And look at this, Lizette check folds with the king jack. Hank takes it down from the button. It's really funny that Jennifer Tilley accumulated a lot of those chips at the final table by knocking out a bike regular Teresa.
Not just a bike regular, an ex-bike
A
employee, a
ex-bike-
prop player.
Right, but she's played on this game and in
Right.
the big no limit game a lot, so people at Live the Bike are familiar with her.
Right.
She was telling me the story that Jennifer Tilley and some of the players were so tired they wanted to end the day, but Teresa and a couple of the other players objected. And
Because they were playing well,
and
right.
she said that Tilly called an all-in with sevens and ended up making a straight, and Teresa had queens. So,
Right.
I mean, to call
And
an
it's not
all-in.
just making a straight, but she caught runner. It was
Yeah.
like something like 3-4, and then she caught the,
Yeah.
I don't know, the 8, and then the 5.
Actually, you know what it was? Teresa was telling me that
That doesn't make a straight. See how guys are retarded? 4, 5, 8, and whatever.
Teresa was telling
Made
me
it
that
straight.
Teresa was telling me that Teresa made a big raise, and Jennifer Tilley said, "I want to go home. I'm all in." And Teresa called with queens, and actually gave her a little bit of. I asked her, well, was that necessarily the best play? Would you want to take queens all in to somebody that can bust you when you're at a full table? Would you want to play a bit more conservatively? And she said, well, it was late. I felt I was playing good, and I felt I had her beat, so she called.
Right.
But queens is one of those things where I might not necessarily call pre-flop all in with queens against somebody that could bust me.
Right.
It's one of those things where she was very, very happy to see what Tilly had.
Of course.
When she when she turned it over.
That's always the worst. It seems like when you're playing the tournaments and you have a really strong hand, or like a decent hand. Say you do have queens, and you make this huge raise, and then someone says, "Oh well, I want to go home," or "Oh, what the hell?" and they have something like ace-6. You know that ace is going to hit, because anytime a person's like, "Okay, all right, I'll play," what the hell?
Well, we have four-way
Seems
action
like
here.
it.
Four-way action here, and the flop is ace 9-9. Three-way action. Flop is ace 9-9. And George has come out betting here with king jack. Now Z has got the best hand. He has an ace, but he just calls. Now the turn is a queen. It's going to give George a straight draw now.
But he's done.
But he check folds here, and Z shows him the ace. and seat 4 takes it down. And of course, Shirley, from our main view, for all you people who are new to Live at the Bike, when we're talking about seat numbers and interchanging them with names, we're talking about seat numbers. George there in the green is seat 1. It goes around in a clockwise manner from this view. So it's to the dealer's right from this angle, but in actuality to the dealer's left is seat 1 and going around like a clock. So that Grace is in seat 5. Mr. Kim in the maroon is in seat 9. Vicky's in seat 6 in the pink.
But yeah, I think there is.
Got a button. Got a button.
And Lizette looks like she's going to bring it in for a raise with ace-queen suited in second position. And Kim is going to call out of the blind. Come on, Mr. Kim. You can put those cards in front of that whole card camera. So we know that Lizette has ace-queen.
Oh, sorry.
And Kim has got an ace-6.
Ace-6 of hearts.
Ace-6 of hearts. So Kim has a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check call. And there's the gut shot, Shirley. He's hit the 4 on the turn.
Yep.
And let's see if he check raises her. And
Alyssa's
that's
gonna pitch
exactly
a fit here.
That's exactly what he's going to do. You know, I was going to say, Lizette can't make this frustration call. You run bad, but you got to be able to, work through that.
Right.
Oh, look at this. The river's a 6. Unbelievable. Oh, wow. That's a brutal chop for Mr. Kim there. Wow. Especially when you're holding one of the 6s in your hand. And Vicky says nice call, but I'm sure she knows better.
I think there was some sarcasm in her voice.
Wow. She had no other draw. She just had overcards.
Right.
Exactly. I don't give a shit.
No, I think she thinks if she hits her due, she might win.
I don't think that's what she thought.
No, I've always offered Grace to come into the commentary booth, but she's never taken me up on it. So.
I don't give a shit call.
If you were playing in the game, she would.
Yeah, this is not a court of law.
Exactly. You will ask for justification. There's no justification.
Poker game.
We call that him. Absolutely no justification.
It's pretty unlucky there for Mr. Kim. Looks like George is 3-betted here out of the big blind. Seat number 8. He's got his hand in the cookie jar with 7-9 offsuit, and George 3-bets there with ace-10 offsuit.
Mm-hmm.
Now the problem here is you're out of position. Look at this. Both players flop a pair. George has flopped second pair. Ken in seat 8 has flopped bottom pair. And we're going to see a bet and a call.
Mickey. See you in tournament.
The turn is a king.
King of Balloon.
George has picked up a gut shot straight draw.
Just now, he started.
And his pair, and he bets it. And Ken mutts.
That's pretty rude. I told her I was a boarder.
Black.
One of the other things that I've noticed, Shirley, as I play more and more cash games and multi-table 15, 30 games, I actually don't even take those types of chances, especially when there's a lot of different things going on. Now, in a live game, that's a great play by George if he's reading it correctly. But when you're, and I think we should talk about this more and more on the show because I think a lot of people are doing it. When you're playing 4 to 6 different games at a time, I think you're just a machine. And you're just trying to pump out hands as much as possible. And you have to have a game plan.
Right.
And, I use like a poker tracker, Poker Edge. I see that someone's a pretty solid player where, they don't come into pots more than 20% of the time. If they raise, I'm not going to necessarily muck ace-10 offsuit from the big blind, but I'm not going to try to drive control the hand, especially when I see some of this tracking software tells you how much these players have won in the past, if they're winning players. It tells you how many big bets. How many big bets per 100
we have
hands
to talk
they
about
win.
that. I don't have
it's
anything like
very,
that.
very useful.
I just have my little player's notes on me.
Oh, it's so useful to use those types of programs.
Yeah, that's true.
because you know the player without having to watch the game. You know what I mean? Because you're using the hand histories from your hard drive, and you're having these, software programs interpret how they play, but just through statistical, and it's all legal and it's all public domain,
Right.
Because all the hand histories are,
Go ahead.
are on your hard drive. So you can tell the solid people that are coming at you after you stay out of the way, and the ones that are loose. It's also great for game selection too, because you enter a room and you have information about how loose the table is, if it's a winning or
Oh, so
losing
you can
table.
just punch in their names and then it'll tell you like.
You don't even need to punch in their names. It reads the table automatically, and then you get a
Get
data
out,
box.
man.
Yeah.
Am I so far behind the times or what?
I'm actually specifically referring to Poker Edge. I know that Poker Tracker has a similar thing where you can use Player View and Game Time Plus. But basically, when you use these overlay programs, you can go into a table, and you can look at the table and look how. Like I'd try to get it onto a table where the average money in the pot is more than greater than 30%.
Wow.
So I'm sure that a lot of the people who are monitoring this in 2+2 know what I'm talking about. Grace is going to raise here from seat 5. She's got a Queen 10 offsuit.
Now do you have to plug in hand histories? Or just does it?
Well, we'll discuss that after this hand.
Forget the hand, I'm amazed.
Ace 9 offsuit against Queen 10. Z's got the ace of spades, so he's picked up the nut spade draw here. And he's checked in Grace's bet.
She started here. She wanna play here, but opponent wanna
And Z
move.
calls.
I don't know. Maybe more.
There's the flush. But it's interesting that this actually brings a 1 card to a straight flush. Now, I don't think you'd necessarily be that worried about that heads up. But someone with the 5 of spades there would have had a straight flush.
Who told you?
Now, Shirley, Poker Tracker
Who told you?
uses the hand histories that are in your hard drive, because from these sites, these sites automatically send you your hand histories. Every hand that you've played, okay, gets stored on your hard drive locally. So Poker Tracker sees you have all the information about all the players that you've played against. Now, sometimes when you're first starting to do it, after 3,000 or 4,000 hands, that's not enough. Poker Edge
I don't know what your definition
actually is almost like, I'd relate it to an MP3 sharing of hand histories. They have their own database of everyone's hand histories, because they'll take your hand histories and they'll bring it into their database. And they take player X's hand histories and they bring it into their database. Then they give you access to it all. And there's been a question about it, whether the legality of it and if they're going to allow it, because is it really fair when you have all this information that
Right.
you don't necessarily have locally?
Yeah,
But
that kind of
You were a skirt too.
changes poker.
Huh?
Jack 3, 2 spades.
Grace hits that right on.
She bets. Well, that's the great debate about it. Is Poker Edge going too far? And again, we're talking strictly about internet play. Poker Tracker, I think, come to a consensus that is okay, because you're using the hand histories, the data that you've collected.
Right.
Poker Edge, and then there's another thing called Party Mine, where basically you go to Party Poker, you leave your computer on, and you mine data. Your computer is looking at a bunch of hands while you're not playing, and then you submit those hands to a common database, and by doing that, you get access to other people that have submitted hands to a database. So those two, kind of ethically are up in the air. But I make the case that just because you know the way that someone plays, you still have to play right yourself.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
really think it's an unfair advantage, to be honest with you. Z is he's gonna raise here from the button. He's got a King 7 offsuit. Now Vicky's got queens, and she didn't 3-bet out of the big blind, so we got 3-way action here.
I think I know the song.
Ace 10 deuce. And it looked like Vicky check called here.
It's going to give you action. It was a bad flop for mine.
The turn is a 5 of clubs.
I like that action.
Now Vicky is thinking.
She's leaving?
You have an ace?
I can't tell you. I got a winner though.
This is a tough call for Vicky to make. I mean, I was going to say normally check calling all the way here is probably not the best
You
play.
have ace?
Go ahead.
Well, let's see.
You have 3? I didn't have an ace, no.
And she does check call all the way.
I'm nothing.
Well, she looks like the smart one.
Battle of the nothings then.
I think, Shirley, that's why you'd probably want to drive, and I would always 3-bet in that spot, pre-flop. Vicky takes it down.
10.
You have an ace.
I was
Oh
gonna
yeah,
check
I have
raise.
an ace.
Okay, next time you ask, I'll tell you what I have.
Even you tell the yes, she called.
So Greg Raymer doubled up. Still in it.
Well, I see that Dan Harrington did not even make it past the first day
I know.
this year.
I know.
Today I lose.
And George is going to bring this one in for a raise. He's got ace-10 off suit in seat 1.
You leaving him?
Z is going to call in seat 4 with queen-jack off suit. And it looks like we are going to be heads up. Ace-10 against queen-jack. Looks like
I got
Mr.
one
Kim
more
is
job.
leaving the table.
One more day off?
No.
Deuce 9-8, a bet and a call.
You come in here, you just watch it.
Z's got overcards and a gut shot.
It's not that bad. It
Turns
might
a
just take a
king.
break. It's not gonna-
Are you a prop too, Mr. Kim?
See it off.
And another bet and a call. So Z's calling all the way with the gut shot. And now a jack comes on the river, but it, yeah, and that's going to give
Gives
Z
Z the best hand.
the best hand. Wow.
Ken just
Mr.
can't
Kim, you
sit
forgot your
still.
phone.
Surprised to Z call. He called, you know, he called all the way there. It's amazing.
You have to look everybody.
So Ken's moved over to the seat 9.
Seat 9.
$40. I'll give you $100. How much for you to leave the whole casino?
You know, and then I just sat down, Shirley, and I realized, I think a lot of people who are watching this realize this a lot before me, that if I can play 25 hands an hour live, and let's say in a 20-40 game, I can beat the game at $25 an hour, which isn't even a big bet an hour, okay?
Yeah, yeah, problem.
Yeah.
If I can play 250 hands an hour online at the same level, now I'm not necessarily going to make 10 times
You
that
might,
amount.
I don't know. That's why I said.
Well, you're
yeah,
not
I
going to
wouldn't-
make your $25 an hour per table, that's
So
for
I
sure.
don't
No.
know. What do you call
I
it?
don't think.
The common stat that people talk about is big bets per 100 hands when they're talking about online play. And if you can beat a game, even for one big bet per 100 hands, and you can play 250 hands an hour, say at a 15-30 game, you're making $70 an hour. And it's really, and the variance I find is lower, and you can play a lot tighter because you see so many hands, you know?
That sounds very familiar.
Queen, 5, deuce, 2 hearts,
Been to one.
They both hit top
Yep.
pair.
and Z's in kicker trouble here. He's raised here on the flop. And let's see if Ken 3-bets. He does. And Z's going to shut down. Z probably is going to run into just a calling mode here, I would imagine. Ken's going to bet out again with ace queen, and Z calls.
Big, fat, juicy.
Oh, 3 comes here on the river. Brings a 1 card straight to the board. And Ken bets again. I love the bet again there, Shirley. Picks up a extra bet by betting the river.
Well, we know Z's not raising there and calling 3 bets with the 4 in his hand.
Yeah.
Nice question.
You know what's the definition of a nice hand? Something juicy and you call it nice hand.
Again, I know this is the first time that we've talked kind of on this topic. but I think it really applies, especially to our viewers, that I think your style of play online when you're multi-tabling cash games can be, and at least for me, I think it's good that it's different, which is even tighter,
You have to be tighter, right?
even not really making any moves.
Yeah,
You know what I
you
mean?
don't have, because you're not sitting there, you're not able to get reads. It has to
Right.
be more automatic.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, say you play 100 hours in a live game and you're winning $30 an hour, and you're playing $100 on one game online. You're going to make less than that.
Oh, you are absolutely
like
right.
when you put 4 tables and say you're not making the $30 an hour,
Right.
but 4 games on each game you're making $10 an hour.
Right.
You're making more than you would.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. And the fact of the matter is, because you can literally play 10 times more hands an hour
Right.
online than live, even if you beat the games, like you said, at a third of what you were doing, you're making almost 3 times as much anyways. So, that's where I really figured it out, So. And, again, the card rooms will always be there, but just internet poker. And, of course, you don't worry about having to get to the casino or tipping or anything like that, so.
Taking a shower.
Well. Vicky's raised here
I'm
with pocket
kidding.
tens. But I think that you find that the competition at live casinos is weaker, and I have more fun playing in card rooms.
Yes.
Ace, deuce, 8, rainbow. Vicky's going to bet here. She's not scared of the ace this time.
I have 10 high.
And she takes it down. Got a new player there in seat 7 next to Vicky. In the powdered blue shirt. We'll get his name here in a second.
Powder blue wrinkled shirt.
Well, maybe he's been playing some online poker.
You have an ace, beautiful.
Lizette's going to raise here. Can't quite see what she has.
Hold on, time to.
Wow, Z's going to call with a 9-3 offsuit.
Oh my God.
Deuce 10-8, 2 spades.
Do you have a 10?
Z's got 3-9. We don't know what Lizette has.
Nice hand.
Like this?
Nice hand, Lizette.
Bart,
Z's
I'm going to
gonna
make
mark.
some small little observation. 2+2 has missed us. We have not had one bad thing. They haven't complained about turning up the mics. They haven't complained about one thing.
What's wrong with 9-3?
Bart and Shirley, wow, okay.
It's a card, isn't it?
You're scary today.
That looks scary.
I was actually reading some comments when I was in Maui about why we couldn't do it remotely from Vegas. The commentary, we're just not there yet.
That would have been
Technology-wise.
fun, yeah.
We were trying to actually get some stuff, but Isaac has continued to give me a lecture about how it's not that easy. There's all kinds of compressional stuff that has to go on, and you can't just, with these webcasts, you can't just film something and then just put it right on. It's not as easy as that. 7-7-4. Grace has got a pair, but Z actually has got a higher pair with his pocket 5s. Vicky mucks. Deuce comes on the turn. And the river is a 6. It looks like it just got checked down here.
Yeah.
And, 5s is still good there, right?
But I stopped by that convention, and I do honestly have to say, I stopped by there I don't know how many times and saw you do your interviews, and that is great material.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I know all the viewers are going to really enjoy watching that when we do get that up. So at least we did get that.
Oh, yeah. It was great. Like I said, I never... There aren't a lot of people that necessarily have interviewed Jack Binion, Doyle Brunson, all that stuff. And the fact that they said that these top players are familiar with Live on the Bike and they appreciate what we're trying to do, was really great.
Right. Okay, so we have Lee coming in seat 8. What about blue shirt?
Powder blue shirt is Wit. W-H-I-T.
Who are the commentators, Greg?
3 queen 8. Someone's got ace queen. It's Ken there in seat 9. And he's going to bet. Now let's see what Vicky's going to do with 7-8, second pair. She's going to make the call. Now this is not the type of hand I'd like to see her check call all the way with. Let's see what happens.
I don't think she will. I think she'll give up.
How was that Dolby?
How do we know? Well, we see him. We play with him every day, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And she mucks. I mean, that's the type of flop where if it's an unraised pot, I usually would not. I mean, now she's got backdoor flush possibility, but there isn't enough money in the pot for me to check call on the flop if I'm just trying to hit 2 pairs on the turn. If it's a raised pot, I think you do have odds to do that with a half-size bet. You can end up losing a lot of money too, picking up the diamond draw on the turn and not making anything.
Right.
You know, because she probably would have stuck in there if she picked up the diamond draw there on the turn.
Hand at all.
Yeah.
And I will call one off to try to improve my hand in a raised pot, like you said.
Right.
But in a limped pot, no.
You're only half, right? Yeah.
So new player has raised here. Wit. Oh, excuse me. He's called out of the big blind. Lizette has raised with 10 jack off suit. Now Wit's flopped a pair. He's got ace 5, 4, 8, 5, 2 clubs. And wow, he's got trips now. Now, knowing Lizette, I'm definitely going to check raise here on the turn because she's not checking to get a card. She's really aggressive. She's going to continue to fire. And that's what's going to happen. Wit's going to check raise her.
Yeah, king clutch.
And I can't possibly see how Lizette could call here. Because any ace high. She only has jack 10. And again, it's, you know, at frustration. I don't know if I've ever seen her raise, let's say, a jack 10 offsuit from that position before.
Thank you.
Okay, someone gave me a link for the podcast, but I think that's probably the podcast that I did with my interview. Because I did one with Polly.
Yeah.
I want the one with Daniel.
No cell phones? What the hell is that?
That's the and then someone else said, Bart, please stop talking about that stuff. It's too valuable.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make them talk with me outside
I
the
won't
booth.
talk anymore about it.
Right.
So we're going to see 3-way action here. Queen 4-7. And I actually got everyone out there on 2+2. I interviewed Skolansky too.
Oh, they'll love that.
Yep. Got a lot of good interviews.
No wonder you lost your voice.
It's 600, yeah. What?
And you interviewed me.
Oh, really?
I did, and Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave get knocked out day one too?
Plugs into the thing? Like,
His day one?
I think he must have. Yeah.
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 like 600? No, it wasn't 600.
Dave was not happy with, he
I
entered
bought
a
on eBay
few
for
tournaments,
like
but
400 or
apparently he said that the 8160 game at the Bellagio was very, very juicy for him, so he actually made a lot of money over the course of a month.
No, they have a
And,
they have a better one at 650, but
I mean, he
they
did
didn't
finish
have it for
in the
Verizon.
top. He finished 66th in that first big no limit, which is pretty impressive.
Right.
You know, out of 2,200 people.
And he placed in one more, didn't he?
Pot limit, yeah.
Yeah. And I airballed on all of them, but played well. So I was pretty happy with the way that everything came down. Even the main event. You know, I was the first one knocked out on my table. Like, it was probably it was close to dinner break, you know. But I just had one of those days where I had big hands, they had bigger hands. Nothing I could have done, nothing I could have changed. Oh well.
And one of the other,
gave it a shot.
Obviously, one of the other interesting things is, say, 2-3 years ago, you play poker on a regular basis. You play in these tournaments, even at the World Series where it draws bigger fields. You recognize 85% of the players. Here you recognize not no one, but you have to go and search to recognize someone in that field, right? I mean, so three-way action here. It looks like it's limped around. Ace 9-9. And George has flopped top pair, but he's got a weak kicker. And it looks like, let's see if he check raises or just check calls Lizette. He's going to check call. Oh, the turn is an ace. And let's see what he does. Yep, and she's gonna get check raised again here,
Right.
Shirley. Again, her aggressive nature and her post flop aggressiveness is just so wow, he just calls. Maybe he's trying to go for the check raise on the river here. I mean, that's what you got to think. No, now he just bets out. Well, I think.
Well, even if he check raised on the turn, he wasn't going to get a call. So.
Yeah, I think that's what he was thinking. That if she doesn't have an ace, there's no way she's going to call. So maybe she thinks that, maybe I can give her a card that she might be able to pick up some sort of weird draw with or something like that, where she would call me on the river.
Okay. The Big Bad Rook from 2+2 is asking about our Omaha high-low. We have a low limit game. It's 3-6, 6-12. Once in a while, we get the 10-20 mix, which is stud high-low and Omaha high-low. And
we've done 30-60 OE before
done
sometimes.
But it's rare.
Yeah.
The 6-12 actually is probably my best, most profitable game here. But once again, I'm a low limit player. I'm not like a 30-60 player like Bart is.
3-5-7 here.
But I'm making way more than a big bet. Well, not way more, but I make about I guess big bet and half an hour. About $18 an hour in the 6-12.
Well,
Omaha.
Lizette has led out here on the turn with ace 5. I believe she check called the flop, and now she's bet. Now, again, when you talk about reverse psychology, if this guy raises here representing an overpair, and that's what he's done. But Lizette did not lay the hand down. And Lizette called all the way there. So that's what Ace-King was trying to do there, Shirley, trying to raise anyways on the turn. Say I've got an overpair, but a lot of times with some calling stations where people are more apt to call, it's not going to work. I don't know what they're fooling around there on the table, but
they're being asked to turn it off.
Yes, no electronic equipment. Some of these guys know that. They've been on the site long enough.
Someone said he's just going to hide it. Oh, there we go. It's getting put away.
Ken's going to raise it up here. Looks like he's got an ace-9 of hearts out of seat 9. And he's going to get called in several spots. Four-way action times 2. Wow, look at that. Lizette cold called with 4-5 offsuit on the button, Shirley.
Wow.
This is incredible. Queen, 6-5.
Those of you new to Live at the Bike, she's not usually, doesn't usually play like this.
No, not at all. It's just frustration, I think.
Yeah.
So Ken is bet here with ace-9. Well, Vicky, she's got top pair, and she's check called 2, bets cold, and now she's picked up a spade draw, and she check calls here again, and now Ken is out. So 4-5 against Queen 10. Liz is drawing very, very slim. And look at this, a 5 comes on the river, and that is unbelievable. She's made a full house. Vicky had top pair and a spade draw. And look at, she's like, what are you playing? What are you playing there? You can't fault Vicky. I don't, that is really something there. Wow. Vicky cannot be happy with that at all.
So now, as far as the Omaha high-low, because they were asking
Yeah, we
which
forgot. Nice
ones I
hand.
play. If they had a 2040 here, I would play that.
No, you gotta say my
sure.
really nice hand.
That's about my limit.
Extra nice hand.
Although I keep telling myself I'm going to jump in this 30-60 game one of these days.
Raise. You weren't still, yeah.
Extra nice hand.
And Lizette has raised, and once again, oh, there we go. Jack 10 offsuit. She takes it down without contention. You know, Kev Maff
That's a good idea.
has posted up here, and I saw this comment the last couple weeks about trying to put together some sort of commentator shootout, and just have no one do the commentary.
And having the
it's a
table
good-
talk
it's
as
a-
the commentary.
You know, the thing is, though, it's a good idea in theory, but I don't necessarily know if it would be the most exciting game to have a bunch of players playing properly. And again, my own personal opinion is that, and I think that we're moving away from shootouts on the show because it's just not as entertaining as cash games when you do it live and unedited. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A tournament unedited is just there's just not enough
Right.
flops. You know,
Well-
there aren't enough flops.
Yeah.
Six.
So you're saying, a bunch of these people playing correctly, but I can name a bunch of those people that play No Limit Hold'em tournament style incorrectly.
Okay.
So, but what you're saying as far as not playing a lot of hands and being exciting,
Yeah.
I can see that point because
Or if we were to all to play.
that's just too tight
Yeah.
of a table.
If
I
we
mean,
were
I
all
think
to
me
play-
and Tuckman will be the only one that's involved in hands.
If we were to all play a cash game, I think it would be pretty slow too.
Yeah.
The no limit cash game.
Well, Denny would be our exciting guy, one that mixing it up, trying to get lucky. And
Now look at this. Both players are chasing an open-ended straight draw, and Witt actually makes a pair on the river, and he bets, and he takes it down with the best hand with 3-7.
and we know Yana can do table talk. That's all she does when she's sitting at the table, right? She commentates on the hands while she's playing.
You know, one of the big stories that the Players Network actually did a segment on was the fact that Marcel Lusk is mentoring like a group of like these 10 young European players.
I know one of them is exclusive.
Yeah.
No, Noah.
Oh, okay. So I thought that was a little bit interesting.
And exclusive. I mean, I always call him exclusive. That's what he's known for. Known on PokerStars. That's what he plays under. Is already a very successful player. I mean, he's a great tournament player, and placed in. I know he placed in at least one event, but I know he's mentoring them because he's from the same country. I think Holland, right? I think
Flying
it's Holland.
Dutchman, right? Marcel Lusk,
Yes,
the
that's
merchandise,
his
Flying
nickname.
Dutchman. Yeah. Ace King of Hearts here for Grace in seat 5. I'd stake my reputation that she's going to raise here, Shirley. And she
Well, it
does.
looks like Vicky's being picked up. I guess she had that bad beat and said, "Get me out of here."
Well. And Lizette's going to call here with 6-10 offsuit, and she's flopped a pair, but Grace has got ace-king. And look at this. And Grace just calls here, so you got to think that she's probably going to pop on the turn. Now she picks up a heart draw and a gut shot straight draw with ace-king. You got to think that she's going to raise it up, and she does. And that's a nice little tricky play heads up there, Shirley. You gained an extra whole bet there. Don't necessarily have to raise with a very, very strong hand on the flop. You can wait until the turn.
Okay, now I want to check something out here. At the 6 o'clock hour, Lizette had 3,000, which is what? How many racks?
Well, a rack of brown
It's 2,000.
is 2,000, so it's a rack and a half.
Okay, at 7 she had 2,400. Did she buy more?
Raise.
Because now she has 4,000. I'm like, I haven't really seen her stack go down. I don't understand why she's not playing her game.
Looks like we got a new player there in seat 8.
Yeah. Seat,
And he's-
seat 8 and in seat 6 is coming in.
He's posted, and he's got King Rag, it looks
I'm
like.
familiar with
His
him.
name is.
I don't know his name, but
Lee?
I've played with him.
Lee.
Lee.
Oh my God.
And Grace is in there with an ace-9. And Grace bets. And Lee's got top pair with weak kicker. He calls. The turn is a jack. Grace bets again. Grace has got a gut shot straight draw with her ace-9. And look at this, the river's an ace with that overcard. So now she has the best hand. But there's one card to a straight on board, so it looks like it goes check, check. And she takes it down with aces and jacks with a king kicker. Of course, in Texas Hold'em, you play the best 5 hands in any combination.
5 cards, right.
Some of you loyal Live at the Bike viewers out there, you're going to notice over the next coming weeks that we are actually going to get into explaining a little more of the terminology like we did towards the beginning of the show about 5 or 6 months ago, because that's what really was suggested as we bring sponsorship on that they wanted to see more of. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to dumb down the show at all, but, you know, I just wanted to fill everyone in on that. Still going to use the terminology, but we're going to tend to
Explain it.
6 players.
Well, family pot here, 6-way action. It's been limped around. Ace, Jack, Queen, 2 clubs. Looks like a couple of people are playing weak aces. C3's got an ace-3. Hank, he got a free ride in the blind. Whit there had a suited ace-9. And it looks like seat 8 was the better. Now let's see. Maybe Whit was the better in seat 7. So he's going to bet on ace-9. Lee's going to call with a gut shot. And Hank, he's got a weak ace. He's in kicker trouble. He makes the call. And the river's a 5, so it's going to get chopped.
Chopped with the 2 aces.
We've got
Whit and
ace-3.
Hank.
There we go. And Hank bets here at the end, actually.
Hey, someone like
Ken.
So it's going to get chopped up.
I don't even know how you
chop it. Take that one back.
Good card there for you.
Yeah, you better. Exactly.
I like the bet there by Hank, because for some reason, if a guy was betting on a queen, you're checking the ace from up front. Now, you're definitely not worried, even if he has an ace, that you're going to lose.
Right.
So might as well bet it, just in case the
Just
guy
in
had a
case.
queen and he would have checked behind you. Now you're going to pick up an extra bet if he calls
Right.
with a queen.
Oh, really? This doesn't cost money to play, right? That's cool.
Time.
It looks like Ken there is posting dead from seat 9, so there's going to be some dead money in there. Now Lee, we said we'd play with Lee. Lee's, he is he's a live one in seat 8. We got a kind of an action table forming now.
That's rock.
We're going to see a lot of multi-way action now. So this game is getting better as we speak. 10 Jack Deuce, 3 flush, all diamonds.
No, one person.
Z's going to bet with a top pair with a weak kicker. Yeah, not one person has a diamond.
Nobody has diamonds.
Yep. Z in seat 4 is bet out of the small blind with Jack 4. Well, Hank's going to call with ace 10. Wow, the turn is the diamond. Now let's see if Hank can use his position here to bet. And he does. Z checks, and Hank makes a beautiful bet in position. Now I was thinking maybe Hank was going to pop the guy anyways on the turn. That's why he called the flop without raising the flop. And that's exactly what happens, and he takes it down with the worst hand.
Thank you.
Right.
A good play by Hank. power position in Texas Hold'em.
And actually kind of because he played the hand like the complete hand. You know what I mean? He
right.
You got it.
he made his move on the flop knowing what he was going to do on the turn if diamond came.
Right.
So.
And I would still think that there's a possibility that he might have raised the turn anyways. This is where I see four-way action here, times single bet, $120 pot. Ace, Jack, 8. Wit there in seat 7 looks to have flopped the best hand. And Lee in seat 8
I was like,
comes
what
out
is he
betting.
doing?
He's betting with a 5-7 of spades.
He's betting his runner draw.
Well, actually, Z's got the best hand with 4 Jack. And seat
Ooh.
4 on the button. The turn is a queen. Wow. Lee's going to continue to bet with 5-7, like we said, Shirley, action. But, in this situation, look, he's heads up with Z. And if Z doesn't know Lee that well, how can Z call with Jack 4?
He just bought that pot, yep.
So aggressive play. I don't, stone cold bluffing in limit normally is not going to be the best strategy. I would like to see some semi-bluffs. Bluffing in position, usually not betting out to like a 4-person field with absolutely nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
And your big ones.
There we go. We got some criticism. All right, thank you.
And Russ McGinley says Ving Rhames makes an appearance in seat 8, and I'm sure we will quickly see an avatar on 2+2 that has something to do with Ving Rhames.
3 bets.
The Gimp. Pulp Fiction reference.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite movies.
And I think this bet, this flop, it's been capped, and we're seeing 4-way action. Capped. 10, 7, 7. Look at this Doug in seat 6, who he was in the small blind. He's flopped trips, and he check calls here. So he's got 6, 7. Lizette's in there with 6, 8 with a straight draw. A blank comes on the turn. And we've got a pretty big bet. 4, and now Doug bets. So he's check called the flop, and now he bets the turn. Again, this style of play when you flop trips, it usually wins you the least amount of money. And he's going to get called by Grace and Lizette. And the river's a 10.
He can't like that card too much, but he still does have the best hand.
Yep. I would have bet the river, though, Shirley. I think that's a great place where if someone doesn't have a 10, you bet the river. You have a full house, you don't have to worry about a flush. You could bet with the intention of folding if somebody raises, but you could have gotten a couple of calls there by someone with an ace. Now, a lot of people get scared and they check on the river there, but no one had raised the flop, so you don't necessarily know.
Yeah, but you had 2 people calling. If it was just one person, then you stick in a value bet. But 2 people calling, you would think that one of them has top pair, one of them has a 10.
No one really showed any strength with that type of board, though. But
well, you're not going to show a strength with a 10 with 7-7 out there, right?
If I had ace-10 and that flop came, I probably would have raised at some point there. Now, that pot, that was one of the biggest pots we've seen all night. It was 4-way action, cap, pre-flop. That's 500 on that street alone, 480 on that street alone, pre-flop. So that was at least an $800 or $900 pot right there, Doug in seat 6.
4 players.
We're going to see 4-way action here, and this is it's been raised, so we're going to see a double-sized bet in there. Ace, King, Jack, 2 hearts. A couple people have kings. A couple people have kings with a straight draw. Ken, seat 9's got King, Queen. Whit's got King, 10.
Yeah, I called Randy here for you and you left.
Who's Randy?
Who's Randy now?
And Whit on the button, he's going to raise with his King, 10.
Last night.
And look at this. Lee calls with an 8-10. And Ken has got the best hand with king with the best kicker. The turn is a queen, and Lee has made his straight. Unbelievable.
But it's a straight to chop.
Yep, it's a straight to chop, exactly. As Witt shares the 10. And of course, that's what, you have to figure that in if you're going to chase a straight to chop. But you really don't have the odds because you could be chopping it with somebody.
140 all in?
And he's going to call himself all in as he has the chop
He's
pot.
raising all in, right?
I think he called,
He
or he raised another
$20 more.
$20. And the river's inconsequential.
Which is a bad raise. I mean, that's what they call. What the hell?
You wouldn't necessarily.
Cooperative betting. You just call there
Absolutely.
and let that other person, call.
As you and I are in, as we play a lot of high-low games,
Omaha games,
where cooperative betting is something that you want to do. There's no reason for him to raise out
the only person that you're getting money from.
The guy who doesn't have the straight and the guy to your left who's got probably, at that point, at least 2 pair. Now, a case could be made, though, that you want to raise him out so he can't make his full house on the river. But, anyways, the race was only all in for 2 more chips, so it's inconsequential.
Kathy? Reyes?
So now we got a game. Now we're going to see some action.
Are you referring, now we have live ones?
Yep.
Now we have an action game.
And the other thing, too, is that if you've got action players with tight players like we had Grace earlier on, she's not going to play as action loose. But now, of course, she's got a couple of friends, so she's going to play
she's going to join in on the party.
And now we're going to see 6-way action times a double-sized bet. So it's a $360 pot. Deuce, king, 7, 2 diamonds. Z has got top pair in seat 4. He's going to bet out on king 10. And Hank has check called here with an ace-jack. Interesting. Ace-jack of clubs. I don't know why. Is he trying to set up a move here? Now he's picked up a draw. 3rd diamond comes on the turn. Again, I don't know if he was trying to set something up for a play here. And Z's has 2 pairs now. He's got king 10.
She doesn't look that good.
She's Floney gone? I saw her on the... Which one? That one?
And it looks like he's going to get rid of this one. He's going to dump it.
That one.
That one, yeah.
I saw her on the party poker tour. She was hanging on the pool in a bikini.
She's got a great vodka. Thank you.
No problem.
Did I just hear Cloney and Hot Body?
Hot body, bikini.
And Cloney, right?
Yep. Talking about Cloney Gowan at the table.
Cloney is a very beautiful girl.
Yes,
but
she is.
I was Hot Body. She's really thin. Really thin.
Yeah,
Did you
but
see her over there?
She looks kind of top heavy to me, though, which is always good.
No, I don't agree with that.
Really?
See, I went to the full tilt party. She had this cocktail dress on. She looked small.
Are you out to see?
I don't know. We haven't been looking
Got to
at
be the bra.
Oh,
See, at the
okay.
cocktail party, she didn't have the bra.
Doug is going to raise here with ace-jack offsuit. George has got an ace-9. Look at this. George had ace-9 suited in the small blind and quickly mucked. I actually like that play.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it is a 2-3 structure, so it only has 4 more chips to call, which is a little bit different than, say, a 20-40 game. Now, Lizette's called with an 8-9 of clubs. And she's bet. Doug has raised with top pair, and she 3-bets with the draw here, Shirley. And Doug's not going to lay down ace-jack here, I'm sure.
No, I'm sure.
And she's betting on the come.
You can take it back.
Probably should.
Again, I don't know if this is really necessarily the best play. She doesn't make it.
Well,
She
she's
gonna
not going to
continue to
stop
bet?
because it's the only way she can win.
See your big fan.
But she's not going to win.
Nope, she's missed. I mean, there's a case for aggression, but there are reasons why you raise with draws. Normally, there really wouldn't be a raise into 3-bet an open-ended straight draw from early position in that spot. I don't really know what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, maybe if she thinks the guy might have ace king or ace queen or something like
Well,
that.
if she thinks she could get him to lay down, but obviously if he raised there, he
Right.
wasn't going to lay down. I think a raise would be fine, but not a 3-bet.
Well, that was actually the last hand for our table talk segment. So we're going to turn the commentating.
And switching it up because I'm leaving.
Yeah, we're going to turn the table talk. We're going to turn the commentating mics down and turn the atmosphere up, mic up. And thanks for joining me tonight. Shirley, we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see.
We'll see?
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not scheduled to be in here, but I might come in.
Great. So please enjoy tonight's portion of Table Talk.
When you go. My friend got knocked out, man. 40 something.
Same business?
200 and something.
You're in the escrow?
No, I'm in the mortgage.
Oh, okay. That's been a very good business.
Raise.
That's not very delicious. Once in a while. I drink a beer once in a while. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, he did. I was telling him about me the night before, and he come right back. What's that now?
He's working. No reaction. Even when he gets back to the fair, get upset. It's very
Raise. Okay.
He was crying, dude.
Robert said he was a little hurt. You get that close, you
Check.
charge him $100. Another deposit. $100 every kid. That's why you make a deposit, because when you leave and quit using it, we have to bust it and put it in that cheap plug.
Oh, that's it. So he's going to come and put it here?
Yeah.
40 back.
Get the number and take care of that board. You know what I mean? Just arrange for the locksmith to be in the day.
Oh, you have to have the locksmith? You can't get another one?
Hey, Blair. You're full from Mr. Thank you.
The other one much better. Which one? Dragon Ball.
Oh, I see. How could it be better?
There's only one bone. One big bone. Everything else is meat. So you don't have to mess with this damn thing.
It's so messy if you want to get all of it.
Heads up?
Robert's still in the...
Nope, I did not know that.
That's one?
But he wanted 77,000.
How much?
77.
That's what he said. Everybody. He said everybody wanted to be Nicholas. Now everybody can be Nicholas.
Oh.
Placing, I don't know where he was. The guy who placed 40 here.
Thank you.
Quarter of a million.
Who's that?
His friend. He got knocked out just now. He placed 40 here.
Fred Bunyadi.
Is it Fred now?
Is that his? I think that's. Is that his Fred? I don't know.
Was Fred still in? I'm not sure.
He was still in earlier.
Was he?
I don't know. That's
Which-
why I said
which Fred?
Placed 40?
Bunyadi.
Oh, yeah.
It was Fred Bunyadi. He got knocked out. That's too bad. He's a nice guy.
Just call me.
He's a nice guy. I wish he would have got
Who's
farther.
still in?
It was almost fine.
Who's still in?
I don't know.
The same guy?
There's a lot of emotion.
I was rooting for my buddy. When are you moving over? Huh? You know what? Let's wait for the strike.
Going down the front.
What? No? They can see me eating, so I open my mouth. Great food at the bike.
Food is good.
Nice plug-in. See?
Raise. Three bets. Four bets.
Trying to say, I
That's
want to
up.
get into this game, man.
Raise.
Not at all.
Is there anybody still in the tournament that we would know?
Check.
Yeah, there's a number of the teams. But all the big
Should I?
big names, they're all on.
Thank you. Big lump.
I am crawling.
Four play. Check. Heads up.
I got you.
What's that? What's that?
Oh, you bet?
He called.
Oh, yeah.
And you marked your hand.
Oh,
Because when you said I
I
got
didn't
to it, my
think you
flush.
called.
That's what I was
I
wondering
didn't
what you
see
did.
it.
What did you have? He even said, what did you
I had a
have?
flush.
Yeah, oh. You had a flush?
I know, I heard him say I got to it.
I heard you say that, but then
I didn't see you put your chips in.
He did
Yeah,
put the
I
money in.
threw $100
$100.
bill.
100. Then when you marked it, I thought you were bluffing.
Yeah, I thought you bluffed.
No, I was no bluff. I made the flush.
I thought you were bluffing.
I do too.
I saw you mark it.
Well, thank you.
He says, I got there with my pocket, what you said. I'm like,
That's what I
okay.
said.
Yes.
And then I threw the hand away.
threw the hand away, it was
I
like-
thought you'd.
No, he called. That's why I said, why is he saying that if he's marking his hand?
Now you like me, huh?
didn't see the call.
I was about to tell him, what are you doing with your hand? I didn't
I was waiting for the pot to come over here.
It's on your side.
I'm sorry about that.
Wow, I've never seen you do anything like that.
I've never done that.
Fold.
I think you was looking at something else though. Because I threw the $100 bill and I was wondering. You say you had it.
Check.
I didn't see the bill.
Bet.
Prohibition still in effect, Grace?
Raise.
Prohibition. No alcohol.
I really don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. I take a break. I take a break.
No, but I'm about to start.
I mean, I'm getting falling asleep here. And I'm even playing as many hands as I could. I'm still
What was it?
Coffee with Kahlua.
I cannot show. Thank you.
Oh, you got the rabbit can too?
Yeah, they have rabbit can. I cannot show on the table.
I know there's tequila in it. I know, but it's more potent than,
There's something else.
than Irish coffee and. You still make money. Yep. Here, come on.
What happened? Yeah, nice. You look very, you look pretty
Raise.
gay.
What? Heads up.
You done with your massage?
Me? One short. One short. One short.
Yeah, one short.
Yeah, that's all. I saw your hand. I thought you did. Thank you. Sometimes. Take a big line.
No, thank you very
Big
much,
line.
but I appreciate your offer. I will be back.
Okay. You take big line? No. Three o'clock, 9 your part exposed. Raise.
Not even a question.
Heads up.
You know what I mean?
Check. Check.
Show you something and see what look.
Sit down, please.
Flash that plug.
Won't muck it this time.
more chip with small blind.
That's a good way of looking at it.
One more chip.
Limp it.
Four play. Red. Time.
Did he?
He bet you call.
He bet you called. I thought you were betting.
Oh, shit. I get 7, right? Okay.
You're so quiet, dealer.
Thank you. I said bet call.
It's the bill. It lands so quietly.
You thought it.
No, I say that.
Now you were hot,
My job not to be.
You want me to lose?
What's the biggest tip you've ever gotten for a pot? Not including jackpots.
30.
30?
30, that's
Was it in a
no limit
6-12
500.
game?
No, no.
Oh, was it no limit?
Yes.
Biggest tip you've ever given. I gave you $2. I gave, I remember. It was like
Well, because of the big pot.
2003. I think I gave $2. It was accident.
I haven't played that before.
I played a lot.
I gave $2 for the test. I think I gave $2 on a 4-8 game, actually.
Oh my.
But it was like,
It's natural in that game, actually.
I know, just the pots get so big. I think I won like a $250 pot.
So I got the dollar if I steal the blind.
Raise.
Oh, yeah, you did.
But if it's 1,500, I get
3 bets.
Alright, I'm going off.
Try to get it down to 2%. Well,
3 players.
I think the higher you play, the less they tip. I mean, all you gotta do is
go ahead, Ranger.
which big game? Oh, I see. Which doesn't go anywhere.
I check.
I never saw that. It's too bad.
Look at it this way.
Maybe you did deal
100 a day, 6,000.
That's it. Check.
On average, per game.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's
Big blind, please.
No.
See how easy it is to just
I have a 7.
I just give entries. So if I don't bother to justify it, I'm just
Okay, come on, just it's the dealer's fault. Extra shuffle.
You raise. Heads up.
What is graphic? I like the way they do this. How the cards come in? Yeah. The way they do the graphic. People act.
Check.
People fold, they drop them off. It's kind of cool.
Hey, bets. Use 7 back.
Check.
Bad raise by Phil Gordon.
Yeah. Played so bad.
Check.
That's it. Take it.
1-7. Shut down, please. Show.
I'm not going to throw it away this time.
One seat.
Are they playing for money?
Big blind.
Okay, I don't chop it.
What are you betting?
You don't? Not this handed.
Now I could see you from this seat.
Aw, back to your back. Hey, wait, we don't chop. We don't chop, man.
Hey, raise. Yeah, but I have to get up to do I'm in my seat.
It's been a good seat, too.
So when you want the winning hand.
Except when, that didn't have anything to do with the seat.
Thank you.
It was just a dumb move.
You take a big blind?
Yeah. This back, holding on the turn.
What on God,
The jacket from the mic.
Small blind.
Yeah.
like you're on a camping trip here.
Oh, it was.
Did you buy that?
No.
I was going to say. They tried to give it to you. I don't think maybe you may not even take it.
Yeah, trying to
You
get it
don't
to you like
say
it's
that.
all right.
It's okay. That's enough.
Anyone else want it?
Yeah. I'm a loser. just instead of things like.
Weird. Much weirder than look.
If you had aces, you'd be so. You see, what's his name's reaction when he had aces?
Big blind.
See, I told you, Mr. Ace. Mr. Aces.
By the button.
Behind the button. Oh, you're back. You okay? Or?
A little bit.
Raise.
Oh, why'd you have to do that, man? I would have given my $30.
Look at that. How about this one?
3 bets.
Me and George. Heads up.
You wish.
I tried.
3 bets.
Betcha. I need a 7, please. Any 7 will do.
Heads up.
Check.
Now 3 is good
I
too.
have 3 is good too. Can I call? I have 3 and a 7. What's the else? What's the percentage, man? Come on, somebody tell me.
You have a pair?
Hell no.
Oh, you on a draw? What do you got?
Ace 5.
Ace 5.
Look at that board. What kind of possible draws could there be?
What would it possibly be? Oh my God.
Oh, that's a bad card for you.
I check with my ace.
2 tens.
Oh, I got an ace.
I'm telling you, Ace 5.
Name.
What are you looking at his hand or what? Gee whiz.
Should I call? Of course you should call.
I should?
Yeah, you want.
Call the chance.
Richard's always got Ace 5.
I haven't liked
Dead
it.
shot and no return. That's good enough.
Would you call me? Yeah. Why not?
No, would you go 3 bets?
No.
He's stupid, not crazy.
That one, no.
Yeah, but once you call the 3 bets,
Yeah, that's it.
then you call.
Then you
Then
go
you're
all the way.
What's the chop?
I would have won.
I didn't see what
All
you
the
had.
women are sad.
Shut up,
Except you. Sad.
I'm losing. I don't care. I can't base my day on my wins or my losses.
You took my what? You take anything you want from me. No problem.
Cocktail.
You know my what? What's wrong with this one? This is my what?
A couple days ago, there was a guy in here that just bought a watch. It had Pave diamonds all around the band.
Oh.
And a bezel with diamonds all around the big, not just tips. Yeah, yeah. You saw the watch? Did you see it? That's the heaviest watch I've ever.
130,000.
I'll just start talking a little more.
And it had
Must be
some
Armenian.
yellow diamonds.
Armenian?
There she is. There's you, girl.
Does he live Armenian?
Armenian.
Only an Armenian would pay that much for a watch.
I don't think in America we pay that much.
How about a black
That was
person?
really a master.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
How about a bookie? Any race. Bookie any race would pay that much.
Well, he called it a pimp watch.
Yeah, how about any pimp, any race would pay that much? Sorry, Grace.
That's okay.
Keep that away at the
Hey,
bad side.
Last
You've
Wednesday.
heard about
Who's your last Wednesday?
Skinny Julie?
yeah.
I saw her the other day.
I heard she's out.
I got her new phone number if you want it.
You did? Great.
My buddy, I told you, he just got knocked out 40.
Did you play with her or
She didn't play, she just came by.
Huh?
She just came by the hospital and talked to me.
How did she lose weight for being in there?
She lost weight, yeah.
I can imagine.
At least she got something out of it. And they got to be feeding bad food, right? When you think if you'd be putting it on and not taking it off. I should call her.
14,000 or
See what's
something.
going on.
Well, it must have been
Did you talk to her?
No, I mean, are you kidding me? What should I do?
I thought you guys were friends. And when your friends are in trouble, you shouldn't have gone on there. No, I'm serious. That's when you need your friends. You're in trouble. You're a fair weather friend.
What?
You're a fair weather friend.
You know, real friends don't do that.
You mean like, well, anyway. You hang around with people from the casino, I mean, shit's gonna happen.
No, but you know, sometimes you think you could find they're not very too many real people in the casino.
Did you read that book about Buddha?
Oh, I know. I've only read half of it.
There's some funny quotes in there from Robert Turner.
Are you serious? I only read half of it. I got one of them I haven't had a chance to. No, because somebody told me that she was playing at Olive Park.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the 40 game.
I wish she gets the
I
money.
hope she learned her lesson, not to stop a millionaire's wife.
Grace.
Just the two of us?
Yes.
I thought maybe since I was talking about the guy with the watch with the pimp watch, maybe that's what
A lot of people in the
lady
park.
to
This is
mind.
my big blind. Small
The one
blind.
you keep talking to.
Oh,
She raised it.
no. She was a good
Block
friend of
phones,
mine.
mine, junk, whatever. Okay, I checked.
Did you ever write her when she was in the, did you ever write her when she was away?
Oh, shut up.
No, I'm serious. Did you ever write her?
How would I write her?
I don't know. She's a friend, man. She's in trouble.
Oh yeah,
I stopped being friends with her years ago.
I don't remember why.
I forgot. I even forgot why. After I tried to put up my house to get her out.
That's what I thought. I thought you guys were thick as thieves. I knew that.
Grace.
Thank God Jack didn't sign the. Imagine if I used my
Big
house
enough.
to bail her out. Dear God.
I saw her.
No, I was about to. She begged me.
That is Jack, man.
I saw him on the Party Poker Million Cruise. Jack.
Oh, Jack?
Like, I see him, I'm like, I talk to him a little, I go, is Grace here? He goes, no. I'm thinking, oh, Jack must be here with like a mistress, or he must be here with a girl or something funny going on. Like, oh, I'm going to wait till I see him up by the pool and check it out. He's just some Filipino guy. Some old Filipino guy. But I see him getting their luggage off the boat later.
It's with the same Filipino guy.
No, he was sharing a room with some old Filipino guy, and like it's the old Filipino guy with the minivan.
Oh, now I know who.
You know who it is,
now I
right?
know who it is.
It's like
Yeah,
Philip or
he doesn't
something.
live too far from
Yeah.
what's his name?
And we are back from Table Talk. I'm joined by Nicole Pepe for the last hour and a half in the show.
Hello.
How you doing, Nicole?
Wonderful.
Well, looks like we got quite a hand brewing up. Coming back, Ace King, Ace Queen, King Jack. Times a double-sized bet, pre-flop. 9, 10, 6, 2 clubs.
Not much of anything for anybody here. Gut shot, perhaps.
And Ken is going to bet there on the button with Ace King with the overcards. The turn is a 7. And that's still really not going to help anyone. Ace King is still the best hand here. And Ken continues to bet in seat 9. And Grace continues to call with Ace Queen. Vicky's got the King Jack with the Vicky's got the King Jack, and a deuce comes on the river. Deuce of hearts comes on the river there, and I believe it got checked down, and Ace King was the Ace High went to that big pot.
So then, okay, during the trip, I'm thinking like, I don't think Jack paid like $1,500 to like get like a 2-room
And just
suite.
like that, when I asked for the GIMP avatar, I got it.
What the hell are they doing? You know, like.
Thanks, Russ.
Right?
Looks like someone's posting dead here.
I'd never asked
Seat 7
that.
with
I'm
Wit.
not going to ask that kind of shit. That's personal.
To me, like it's better just to listen to the conversation.
You ask him.
We've got ace queen, ace 3, and pocket 3s so far.
Wit has raised here. Look, actually, Z raised there in early position with the Ace Queen offsuit. So Wit's called with pocket 4s, and we're going to see 4-way action. We got a King Queen and an Ace 3 offsuit in there. Times a double-sized bet. Wow, set of 4s. Set of 4s for Wit. Seat 7, and Lizette has flopped top pair. And didn't think she was having that great of a night, and she's going to check raise. Now here, I love the play with pocket 4s to smooth call and then pop on the turn. And Z is still in there with Ace Queen, and you got to think that's what Wit's going to do. Wit's going to raise here on the turn in seat 7. Now Lizette
Z's
leads.
picked up a gut shot.
Z's got Ace Queen, the gut shot, and you got to think that Wit's going to raise here, and he is out of seat 7. And Lizette really should be done with this hand at this point. She really should not
Turn
call
sucked
here.
her in.
That was some book.
She does not really have any type of draw. Wit has raised her,
I don't mean
and then he's raised her on the turn. She doesn't have a draw. He raised. I mean, he bet the flop. He bet out on his sets, which I love to. You know, I love the move. I love exactly how he's played this hand.
Was there a raise pre-flop?
Yeah, Z is the original raiser with Ace Queen here. I don't necessarily actually like the cold call with 4s in that spot pre-flop, but the way that the hand's played out.
We're going to let him back, you know. In the meantime, the corporation is begging him to let him
The river
back.
is a 6
They
of
don't care about
diamonds.
the
Gonna be a
others,
scare
they just want
card.
his action.
Well, if it gets checked to you, I'm still betting with 3-4s. Absolutely. Absolutely, I'm still betting. He's missed a bet here. Lizette would have called. Who's going to check a made flush to you here on the river?
He was like,
I see that happen so much.
I didn't know that.
So, I like the way he played it, Nicole, all the way up until the river.
to prison for
And possibly.
the horse racing.
We talked about last time, Scott and I, about the value of all those little bets that you miss in a day and how much money that makes you, or loses you if you happen to miss those bets.
Absolutely, that's $60 there at the end. Like I said, he played it well up till there, but I think he missed a bet there on the end.
Fixed in the race.
Used to hang on the Hustler, never playing him. always trying to get people to play golf.
Oh yeah, he always came in here doing the
Same thing. Yeah, he always wanted.
And Live at the Bike was in Vegas this last week, correct, Bart? Did you guys
Yes.
talk about that the first 2 hours?
Quite a bit.
You did,
Quite
so
a
I
bit.
missed it.
Yes, we did.
Richie Sklar.
Oh, Richie?
Yeah, he was.
We had a great time promoting our show.
Kissing Buddha's ass for money.
I bet.
I'm still a little bit hoarse from all the talking I've done. And we got some great interviews, which will be coming up on the show over the next couple of weeks.
Well, that's great.
You find that, it said in the book. that
Lizette has raised here with 9-10 offsuit from the button.
She find that Buddha.
And she
Z-
throws it away very quickly.
Z actually bets immediately with his ace, and Lizette quickly folds. Now, I'm a pretty big proponent of betting top pair usually, but if I'm up against someone like Lizette, who will just pretty much bet anytime you check, I probably would have check called and then check raised her on the turn. And we've seen a couple of people who've done that. And usually, that is kind of a form of slow playing, Nicole, which I do not really like to slow play. But when you've got somebody who's so extremely over the top aggressive, sometimes you can play a little trap game.
Sure, sure.
Well, he could shoot whatever it took to win.
Raise.
You need 3 under par. Okay.
Last week we had seat number 3, who was quite an action player, and he was playing down some amazing pots and winning a lot of money. I haven't
Hi,
seen
Dimitri.
quite as much action so far in these first few hands. Has it been like this? the
Hank
whole-
was playing as an action player in seat 3?
Last week.
Oh,
week
not
we
the
did.
same guy. You mean
No.
someone other seat 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Vicky's got pocket 10s and she's raised here, and looked like Grace bet into the flop with ace deuce, and Vicky didn't raise. Now I might have that action incorrect. I couldn't. Yep. Now let's see if Vicky raises. So Vicky again waited. She waited a street to raise, so she's gained an extra double bet. And I'm a proponent of this. Sometimes heads up. And we know Grace, boy, she's going to call with any pair, so she's going to call here with ace
With her
deuce.
deuce. Interesting.
And again, Vicky. Now the only thing here though is that sometimes obviously 10s are a lot more vulnerable to overcards than pocket aces, but you can wait and see the turn, and the turn was good for Vicky, and she raised.
What do you
Grace
think
on the
about that
turn.
play of calling with just a deuce all the way to the end, Bart?
It's a party poker video.
Oh well, it's Grace. I mean, come on, we know she's going to do that.
You go up to the pool.
You know what?
It's a bunch of.
I took my wife.
Not the way that probably it should be played, but she is an action player, and she tends to call down a lot of hands. So we've seen that the first couple hours in the first 6 months of the show.
Sure. I suppose if she's hot and she's hitting her cards, it's going to work out for her.
You know what the problem was? The problem was you go to a hotel that's too expensive. Like young people don't have money. So like you go to a 5-star hotel, there's going to be just old people there. They're the ones that have
And
the
then she
funds.
tell me, let's go whale watching. I said, what are you talking about?
I am whale
Yeah, not
watching.
much of anything for cards this round. Ace 8 looks like
That's the party poker me.
in the lead.
What should I pay for? Just sit here and look at all these whales jumping.
Grace has raised out of. Excuse me, Lizette had raised with a king-queen offsuit from the late position. Grace called with an ace-8, and wow, let's see how Grace plays this.
She bets.
No, Grace actually check raises
Oh, she
Lizette
did.
with ace-8,
Excuse me.
and Lizette calls, and Lizette's going to get stuck here all the way again, it looks like. The turn is a 10 of clubs.
With a cigar.
Yep, and again, I'm pretty big proponent of the way that Lizette plays, except tonight she really hasn't been playing that well. Deuce of clubs comes on the river. And Grace puts in a good bet here at the end.
The clubs do not scare her.
Well, it's backdoor clubs, and you're only missing a bet if you check here. And she's going to take it down.
Oh, I was good. What a read, baby.
What a read. What a read that was.
All right.
Well, something interesting that people were common watchers of this show is that Grace is going to have a really good hand to check raise.
Mm-hmm.
She's not, even though she's an aggressive player, she's not the type of player that's going to check raise with a king in that spot. That's why Lizette, I don't really know what's going through her head tonight, because she's made some plays where she knows Grace. They play together every day. She knows that she has to be beat there, that Grace has to have at least an ace, or maybe even a set or two pairs. There's just no way the king can be good. because Grace will represent a lot of things. You know, she'll bet into that board if she had a pocket threes, but she's not going to check raise with pocket threes.
I think it's just a little thing that I like to call the funk. When you get in the funk, those poker days where you just do everything
Said it was boring. So that's the
against what you feel is right. Do you ever get those
you live
days?
there, you get bored. She was from there. She said that.
And Lizette has picked a wrong time to raise. It looked like Wit bet with the ace deuce, and Lizette raised with 3-7 of spades. Well, actually, Grace is in there with the queen 10. So Lizette was in there, but now she's mugged. So Grace is still drawing to a gut shot with 2 diamonds on board there. Which, of course, is dangerous because if the king of diamonds comes, you wonder if she's even going to bet at the end or if she knows, you know, she's even good. Look at this, though. A king of clubs comes on the river, and she's made her straight. And Wit check calls.
And he's not going to like this.
I said, you need the diamond or a king?
He knew it.
And Grace actually did pick up additional outs there on the turn, as she correctly stated. She had a double gutter on the turn. A 9 would have given her a straight as well. You know, the funny thing is that I still, if I was Wit, I still would have probably have bet the river there. Now, if Grace raises me, again, that's a really expert play. If Grace raises me, if you're playing really, really good limit hold'em, you can lay that hand down because she's not going to, again, I know her so well, she's not going to do as a raise bluff, but Grace could call that hand down, especially Grace, all the way with a jack or an 8 or some other pocket pair. But instead she check called.
And are any of these players new to the rest of the table tonight? As in, they don't normally play with each other. Do you know, Bart?
This pot's been raised.
Seat number 7 is a new player.
He is, okay.
You didn't think I had anything? You for a fact I had a draw.
And Z there in seat 4, he's raised with ace deuce offsuit. And he takes it down.
A6? You want a tip for that hand, too?
No.
That was all me, man. You had nothing.
You played that well.
Got 3 racks. Give him a tip.
Pocket aces this time for Z. And he's going to raise in seat 4.
Pot's been raised.
And I think this is the first time we've seen aces all night long.
This is definitely the first time I've seen them. Got nothing in any other hand, unfortunately, for the aces.
Lizette didn't show her hand. And Z doesn't get any action here.
You want another one?
Oh, wow. Is that all?
You want a tip for that, too?
No.
He gave you aces.
Freaking pocket aces. Nobody called me.
Now what do you want?
I don't want nothing anymore, man.
First you made 0. This one you made 40 bucks.
I know, I made 40 bucks on this. I give you $5 anyway.
I covered you already. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you,
He's
Z.
going to take it back later anyway.
I don't take it, though. Pot's been raised.
A6 in seat 1.
Now, it looks like seat number 9. Couldn't tell if it was seat 7. Seat 7 is the razor with pocket 8s, it looks like.
I get a deduction on my check Thursday.
And seat 9 is in there with the deuce 8 of hearts. I don't know if he was posting. I think he's actually posting dead. That's why he's in the hand in seat 9. Pocket 8's brought it in for a raise. Seat 9 called with deuce 8 of hearts. And now it goes check, check, and Ken, with the flush draw, he bets. A 9 comes on the turn. Let's see if he takes a free card here in position. No, he's going to bet. I probably would have liked him seen him check there.
However, he may just buy the pot.
Now Wit's going to call.
Wit doesn't believe him.
The river is an ace of clubs.
If Wit can call here, he's going to take it down.
Well, now you've got 1, 2, 3 overcards. Wow, he's going to call him all the way down with 8s. And Ken's missed.
It's good. 8s? Sure. 8 deuce of hearts.
That was an expensive post for seat 9.
Thank you, sir.
Are you drawing a nut flush, Kenny?
I'm going to the only flush. I get it, it's good.
Sorry, I had to say something.
Only one flush draw. Yeah, posting. What do you want?
I'm just kidding.
Okay, all right, already.
Okay, that's
Ben,
it.
he sucked me dry.
Relax, relax.
That's a sucker. I got to be the sucker in that one.
It's all good.
Do you ever watch the archives when you get home?
Looks like Lizette has raised here.
I'll have to go look at it.
Lizette has raised here with 4-6 offsuit. Boy, she's really going crazy tonight. On the button, I mean, my
I
goodness.
gotta read that. I gotta watch that.
And it
What do they
goes
put
check.
on there?
And look at this.
When
Hank's
do I
going
put
to
it on
call with ace-8. Maybe he thinks his hand is good with ace-high.
When do they turn on
It
the
is
camera?
good.
Like at midnight or 1 o'clock or what?
10.
And actually, you know what? He's
Oh, it only
check
goes till
raised.
10?
So he actually check raised Lizette there, and Lizette mocked. Hank is obviously being pretty observant of what's going on. Lizette's raising a lot of
It's
hands
hilarious.
in position, but
This idiot. What the hell's he calling with a
No, you
two
should
suited?
you should have seen. I think I must have been.
Here he goes. Here he goes, bluffing away his 8 deuce. Oh, it didn't work once. He's gonna try it 3 times.
Oh, everybody's having fun at the bike tonight. You gotta love that.
Vicky's going to come in with
Oh, yeah, when
ace-king
you're gonna play 8 deuce, that's the way
offsuit.
to lose the match.
And I have to tell you, Nicole, I don't mean to sound cocky, but I actually attribute
Oh my God.
Vicky's improvement in play over the 6 months to her being slightly ashamed by the fact that I was ragging on her for the first 6 months about how bad her player had been.
Really?
Yeah, she got a little bit upset, but the last, say, 2 or 3 months, she's really turned into quite a solid player. And people who have people who have people who have seen the show since its inception
Seat 9 is
know what I'm
starting
talking
out like
about.
at the bottom of a 5-foot canyon.
So when do we get to see you up there live at the bike?
Well, I've played a couple of times.
Have you?
Just dropped a grenade in the
Pretty good
canyon.
at success. Now, this is going to get folded around to the blinds, and they're going to chop it up.
That's funny. I don't know what I must have had some horrible hand, and I had to throw in one chip. And you know Kenneth James?
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
Kenneth James.
So Kenneth James was doing the commentaries that night. Goes crazy. This Kenneth doesn't even know how to fold a napkin. And I listened to that. And I saw him, and I saw him. I put in one extra chip, and I saw him at what do you call the Rio, right? Because he was still he was
Pot's
playing
been
the.
raised.
He was so far that I couldn't even come up to him and harass him about that commentary.
Hold a napkin.
I wanted to harass him so badly, you know.
We as Grace explains,
Beat Limit Hold'em.
one of the fun nights that we had when Kenneth James did the co-commentary with me a couple months ago. Kenneth was harder on Grace than I've ever been on Grace. Ace deuce 10 here.
The funniest thing about
Lizette's got top pair. Grace has got
funniest
second
thing
pair.
about Kenneth James. Okay, wait a minute.
And it looks like Lizette in seat 2 bet, got raised by Grace, and then 3-betted. Now Grace is obviously going to call all the way down here with Queen 10, and Lizette's going to take it down.
I don't know what
And
Kenneth
that's a
was
good value
talking
bet.
about.
And that's a good value bet there by Lizette. A7's going to take it down.
It's just, as soon as he won a couple tournaments and got some money, he could afford some nice things and stuff, and it wasn't busted all the
Thank
time.
you very much.
He starts dressing. Hey, said something about Jay Grace. I gotta get even with him. I gotta get even for Grace. When he wasn't getting busted by Limit Hold'em and going back and being a dealer and everything. When he finally won.
No way.
When I was at the Rio the first weekend there, saw Kenneth playing with Menda Master at 5100 stud high-low. And they were having a ball, and each were fully in the bag, about 12 drinks deep. Kenneth was like, keep the cocktails coming, keep them coming.
Did you learn a lot about poker that day?
I was going to jump in the game. Looks like we got heads up here. King Queen against Queen Jack. King Queen is flop top pair. Queen Jack is flop top pair.
It's going to be some action here, I predict.
And look at this. Lizette has just called with King Queen, so you got to think again. This is the delayed raise move. So let's see Ken bet here, and Lizette's probably going to raise on the turn, I would imagine. Ken bets out of seat 9.
He bets very slowly. I think he knows there's going to be a raise here.
You think so?
Did you see how slowly he did it? Like, is she going to raise? I think he saw it coming.
And he's in kicker trouble.
Yes, he is.
He's going to have to hit a jack here. The river's a 3.
I predict a check. Hiya.
Wow, he's going to bet. Well, you know.
She didn't raise.
No, she didn't raise. I was going to say, maybe she was thinking.
With a king.
He was thinking,
But as soon as he gets some money, right?
well, I'm going to call anyways.
Nice
Why not
yeah,
bet?
he gets some nice clothing. What kind of nice clothing does he get?
I don't know, man. Maybe in Lizette's spot there, I might have raised the river.
No, like you see him on TV now. It's
Difficult to put the guy on a 3. And you've got a pretty good kicker, but he just called. She just called,
He gets like
she took it down.
leopard boots and like I opened a business like a hat with a rattlesnake around it. And he gets like the skinny tie with the
Live on the
popcorn.
Thank you. Only at.
So again, welcome everyone that's joining us for the first time that learned about our show at the Lifestyles Convention. Of course, here at Live at the Bike, we do cash games with hole cards and commentary. We're doing 30-60 limit game tonight. The brown chips are $10 chips. It's a 3-6 chip structure, and the blinds are 20-30. We've got a queen 6-7, 2 clubs. It looks like the flop went check, check.
Ace high's in the lead.
Yeah, Ken there in seat 9. And he's going to check fold here to Witt, who only has jack high. Power position there. And these pots get quite big. This is the highest game that we spread here at the bike on a daily basis, with the exception of Yosh's big 300, 600 mix game.
What is he, cheating on his
It's a
wife?
30-60 limit game. A rack of brown chips is $2,000. A stack is $200. Excuse me, a rack is $1,000.
We can't let people
And that's actually where now I realize where Shirley and I were saying, how can Lizette possibly be up? Because we were saying at 6 o'clock, Lizette had in seat 2, she had 4,000 or something like that, and we were saying that the racks are 2,000, but they're actually only 1,000, so she is down there in
Down
seat 2.
2,000, looks like.
Yeah. And we have an updated. So we're going to see, it looks like Ken has 3-betted Vicky with pocket 10s. And Vicky's caught second pair here. Let's see how she plays it.
Ken just called.
And she bet, and Ken just
Interesting.
called.
She's got to think her king.
Well, now she
she
knows it's
definitely
good.
thinks her king is pretty good now.
And look at this, she's going to check. She check calls here.
Interesting.
Wow, why would she check call? I thought she would definitely check raise. And now a diamond comes on the river.
And she checks check.
And it goes check,
What?
check. Nicole, like you said,
Vicky,
what
what's
he
going
just she just made the absolute minimum amount of money on that hand. After I told her that she was playing relatively well the last couple of months, I thought she was going to get sneaky and check raise the turn.
You jinxed her.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why wouldn't you bet the river?
She had
Maybe
to know
she
her
thought,
king was good on the flop when she bet and he only called. Unless
Well,
she thought he was still
unless she
playing
thought
pocket
he had,
aces.
yeah, she had a monster hand or something, and she check called the turn. I didn't quite understand that, and then she got scared when a third diamond came, and the only time someone would have had a flush if it was a backdoor flush. So I can't give you props on that one, Vicky. That was old school style from a couple of months back, but I think you can figure that one out. 5-way action here, limped around. Jack 10-4.
Jack
Pretty
10.
big flop for seat 7 with the Jack 9 of spades, but Ken in seat 9 has top 2 pairs. He's going to raise. Witt his bet with the top pair and the flush draw. 2 pairs raises. So we're heads up, Jack 10 against Jack 9. And there's the spade, Nicole. He's going to give
Hi-ya.
Whit's got the flush. And let's see. He's going to check. Now you'd imagine he's going to check raise here.
He
What?
just called.
Why? Why? I don't understand what's going on here. I was going to say, well, a 4 comes on
now
the
that's
river.
going to be a scare card, and he's not going to bet at all.
Jack's up.
Boy, I guess he was scared of a higher
There's
flush.
a
But
lot of money being lost on the table tonight.
yep. And the people that are losing the money are the
Are
ones
the
that
winners.
are winning. You see it time and again. Just because you win a pot and limit hold'em doesn't mean that you've maximized your value.
The importance of making those additional bets. Every bet counts. He probably just lost 120 bucks on that pot right there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Otherwise, no problem.
Not only did he probably lost 180 because he would have made 120 on the turn, and then he would have bet the river, and Jack 10 probably would have called for another 60. So $180 in misbets there for seat 7.
Falling off the top.
That money adds up, that's for sure. Almost 200 bucks in one pot that he could have had.
Raised. 3 bets here.
Seat 9 here. He's raised with Queen Jack, it looks like, and Lizette is 3-betted with an Ace Jack off suit. So
Okay, we're heads up for 3 bets.
Ken in seat 9 is in domination trouble. Deuce 7-3, 2 diamonds. Oh, check and a bet.
You're lucky I don't play my 7 deuce. You're allowed to do that.
I don't know.
I just picked up 2 cards. It wasn't
I think you did move. She was the button. Thank you very much. Thanks, Vicky.
Good old Z there in seat 4.
You caught us, huh? Pot's raised.
Witt's going to raise here. He's going to raise with Jack 9 of hearts, an interesting raise from early position. Not usually the type of hand that you're going to be raising with. Z is going to call here with a 5-7 suited in the small blind, and Grace has got a king-queen offsuit. So we have 3-way action times a double-sized bet. 8-10-5.
Bet and raise.
Jack 9 has actually picked up an open-ended straight draw.
5 is actually in the lead.
And the order of action is Z bet, Grace raised, and Witt called.
And another 5.
Wow, that's gotta be good for
is
Z.
feeling good now.
And he bets out here, and I love the bet as opposed to going for a check raise here.
Why is that?
Because you don't want to give a free card off to somebody that might be on a draw here. Because I don't necessarily think that anyone bets here on the turn. Well, he doesn't get any callers, but if I was in his spot, I would have played that the same way. I mean, there are certain times that you can check raise, and then there are other times where I think you need to, make people pay for their draws.
Now, who do we have in seat 1? I don't think I've seen him play a hand yet.
Well, that's George of internet player of 2+2 fame, and
I just noticed he on the raise he lays down ace deuce suited, which is a pretty good laydown, but I haven't seen him play one hand yet. That one hand was not awful. There he is, ace 10.
he's going to come in late position.
I ask and I shall receive, right? Well,
He's going to come in with the ace 10 offsuit. Unfortunately, Z has the ace king on the button, and he 3-bets. And look at this, Grace has got ace 5. So,
the aces are pretty much locked up.
well, unless a case ace comes here on the flop. Well, 5 deuce 9. Look at this though. George had the ace of spades. So let's see how he plays this. He's checked here. Now Z's got ace king with no spades. Let's see if he bets. He's going to check, so I would probably think that George is probably going to bet here on the turn. Semi-bluff in with ace 10. No, he's going to check. And now Z bets with ace king. Queen of clubs.
George throws it away. Very, very tight.
George had the ace of spades in his hand?
He did.
Wow.
He didn't make it. So I'm sure he's feeling good about the laydown, but he's a very tight player.
Yeah, but I don't understand how you can possibly lay that hand down. That's why I'm trying to figure out if we had the cards right. Like maybe Evelyn's nodding her head, nodding. Well, someone's going to have to explain how you would lay down the nut flush there. when you're up against two people, because you're definitely getting at least 4 or 5 to 1 on your money. Remember, the pot was raised pre-flop. Maybe he didn't know he had the ace of spades in his hand.
I think he's. It looks to me like he's ultra conservative. I haven't seen him. Like I said, I haven't seen him play a pot.
I mean, I've seen.
That was the first one.
I know, but I've seen him. I've seen him play before, and
Really?
there's just no way. He either misread his hand, or we didn't. Something happened on the table. But I've been wrong before like that. But
Maybe he's not feeling it today.
I don't know if that's necessarily going to be come into his consideration
That's not
either.
the deciding factor. That is when I play.
Look at this. Vicky's raised, and Z in seat 4 has 3-betted with 4-8
Wow.
of hearts.
And Z actually gets a 4.
Yep, Z's flopped the best hand right now. Jack 5-4 rainbow. 3 of spades comes on the turn.
He's got to like his hand. Oh, and they're checking
I think they're checking it down. Their friends or something, and 4-8.
Well,
Vicky
Vicky was checking it down with this other guy last week too. She's losing bets that way as well.
Nice ace 5 again. Ace 5. Ace king garbage.
That's what I had.
Again, going back to that ace 10 of spades hand, the quick calculation, you've got a double size bet on the flop, so you've got six small bets in the pot, okay? The flop is checked. On the turn, Z bets. So now you've got 8 small bets. Grace calls, you get 10 small bets, okay? You need to call 2 small bets to possibly win 10. You're getting 5 to 1. You have definite odds, I would think, to do that
I agree
against
with you.
2 other people there.
I absolutely agree with you. I would have called that.
Ace 9 9s. Look at this. Z flops 3 9s.
I got a 9.
And he announces it, actually.
Yeah, we have an updated chip count brought to you by Joker Gaming. Seems like Lizette's seem to have had the same money for a while. She has 2,000 in seat 1. Seat 2 has 2,100. Seat 3 has 1,700. Z there's got 1,700. Seat 5 has 1,700. Seat 6 has 900. Seat 7 has 2,000. Seat 8 has 2,300. And Seat 9 has 1,500.
Try again. Boston raised.
Do it till somebody stops.
Z is raising with King 9 offsuit.
And Vicky's going to call. Vicky's making me look bad here in the small blind with 5-9 suited.
But she catches the 5.
Yep. And look at this. They're checking it. Well, no, they're not checking it down. I thought they were going to check it down again.
Nice job. Way to bet, Vicky.
The turn is a deuce.
Make some money. Make some money. Here you go.
The river's a queen.
Bet it.
5 what?
5-9.
Look at this. She did bet on the end. That's a good value
job.
bet, because if you think Z has an ace high or something, he's probably going to call you. As he did there. Just the way that we've kind of seen Z is kind of a calling station. And, if you're going to check call anyways, why not bet, make that extra money if he doesn't have a queen? And that's what she did. So
Nice job, Vicky.
there's a good play.
Is that a new player in seat 6, or is he just back from...
Okay, I only got
Nope,
7 players
he's
here.
back.
Only 7.
We're going to see a family pot here, 7-way action. So we got a $210 pot, deuce, 9-4, 2 hearts. Vicky has flopped a set of deuces over there in seat 8.
Wit has
Pot's
top
been
pair.
raised.
And Wit bets, and look at this, Vicky raises with the set.
Go, Vicky.
And Wit calls.
Wit's going to get trapped in this pot.
10 of what?
The turn is a 10, and now he's made 2 pairs here. Wow.
Definitely going to get trapped
And he
now.
bets, and Vicky should raise it up here again.
Nice job.
Raised.
And she does. She raises it again.
If Wit throws this away, wow.
Wow, what a laydown.
Nice job.
Boy, you don't
And she
usually
showed it.
usually don't see laydowns like that in limit games.
Nine hand. Nice play, Wit. To commend him for that laydown.
Thank you, Vicky. This is why I don't play poker.
Um,
I'm all in right there.
Oh, that would be no limit.
Well, I'm going to go as far as to say that, well, the pot was unraised.
You're thinking that he should go call one more bet to get a 9 or a 10?
I don't know if I don't know if I would have laid that one down. Well, I can say that was
we want a rabbit hunt. What was the river?
I don't know, I forgot.
we didn't. Greg's saying he didn't quite do it there. But if Wit put her on a set, then it's the right laydown, and that's exactly what she had. I'm not saying no. I don't. If you know that she has a set, Nicole, then you shouldn't call. If again, fundamental, theory of poker. You're trying to maximize your value if you know exactly what the other player has. So if she shows you a set of twos, you don't call there for 4 outs. So King 9-3 here, 2 clubs. Vicky's got top pair there in seat 8. Lizette, though, she's got a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw with 10 jack of clubs.
You're in, Grace.
7 comes on the turn.
Vicky is hitting a run of hands here.
Now Lizette is double gutted with a flush draw. Lizette can pick up an 8, a queen, or a club to complete her hand. She has 15 outs going to the river. And she bet, and Vicky raised here with king queen. And there's the 8, Nicole. And 10 jack has made it, and Lizette bets.
Poor Vicky.
And Vicky knows that she got outdrawn, but Lizette had a lot of outs there for the river.
Nice hand.
At least put the club out there, not the gun shot.
Vicky.
Isaac, you haven't
Vicky's
zoomed
winning.
in on anyone like that all night. Come on, man. You know it's someone's there. Z seems to be playing a little bit frustrated.
Pot's been
He's
raised.
playing a lot of hands that we didn't see him play earlier in seat 4. And Doug is going to race here in seat 6.
Talking much less as well. Him and Grace used to be having a grand old time. Something must have happened in this game.
And a blue chip.
That's called probably losing $2,000.
That could be it.
One blue chip, sir.
Come and get it.
Was that Z? Because maybe he's back.
I'm not even gonna look, dude.
I'm not gonna look.
It'd be painless.
Oh, she didn't even. What did she do?
He's acting out of turn at this point.
How's that?
Is that a blind race?
Yeah.
Not yet.
She wants to.
Now it is. Blind race.
Did you look?
She did.
Did it look like I looked?
I didn't look to see if you looked. Oh my God.
Vicky has raised here with queen 10.
3 bets it is.
And Hank is going to call on the small blind with ace deuce of hearts. And Z's got pocket 9s.
Cap.
And wow, Grace
And
is,
he
I mean,
has.
Vicky is, she's got to be steaming because she's capped it with queen 10.
Moved it in. They were all together.
And you know what they're saying? Maybe it was, actually she didn't do it intentionally, but Nicole. But so she's capped it unintentionally here, so which brings it interesting.
Did she let everyone know this so they know that her hand may not be as strong as...
And Grace is in there with 3-5 suited.
And
So
now
Grace
she's
is in
got
there with a
an
5.
open-ended.
Grace is in there with a 5-3 for 4 bets, and the pot is $480.
Grace
pre-flop.
doesn't realize that Hank actually has her if hearts do come down.
So Vicky's open-ended here. Again, it's a $480 pot.
Already.
And Vicky has bet. Vicky has bet 60 to win 480 with an open-ended straight draw.
And Z's going to call it.
So now the pot is $600. Queen 10 against pocket 9s.
Oh,
there's a 9. Look at this, Nicole. It's
No.
Z's got a set of 9s, but Vicky made a straight.
And they're both happy. They're
No
both
straight,
happy.
okay? Pay the board, dude.
And Vicky just called here on the turn. She's waiting to raise, it looks like, until the river.
Here she comes.
And now she's going to raise. So she just called the turn, and now she's raised the river, and she shows queen 10, and Z's got to be really steamed. He's lost with the set.
He was excited for a second, Bart.
Yeah. You know, I understand delaying to raise on the flop to hit a bigger to make a bigger raise on the turn when it's a double-sized bet. But unless you think Z is totally bluffing at you, why wouldn't you raise the turn there anyways? Because
she's afraid, like you said, that the board is going to pair. But that's not the point. The point is she should get as much value at this point. Her hand is in the lead. She should get all the value out of that she can.
Yeah, I don't think she was afraid that the board was pairing. She was just trying to slow play. But there's no reason to slow play when the turn street costs the same as the river street. It's the same bet. It's the same amount of money you're making. So, but she got the double-sized bet in there on the river.
Strong move, I like it.
And we're going to see three-way action here times 4 people.
4 players.
So we're looking at a $360 pot here. And Vicky's got pocket kings. And Hank on the button's got jacks.
Vicky is
look
just
at this.
pulling up some cards.
And Witt outflops everyone with ace-4. And he's going to bet right away. Vicky calls with kings.
Hank's probably going to call jacks as he does.
Again, I don't know. Maybe Hank's calling because he's in position and he wants to see what happens on the turn. But you would almost not have odds to call for a set. If Witt bets here again and you get a Vicky to call in the middle, you've got to lay down if you're Hank there in C3.
Vicky is thinking, she's thinking, and she's going to call.
No?
Yeah. Throw it away. Good job. Nice job, Vicky.
And she shows kings.
And Hank is still considering the jacks.
And Witt's actually made 2 pairs. And now Hank is thinking...
And Witt actually told her that he made 2 pairs.
The thing about that is I don't know if Greg said, please don't fold your cards to the turn, but it's really not right what Vicky did with the player next to act. Now, because that really could have given Witt... He wouldn't have made less money on that hand. Look at this. An ace comes on the river there in the rabbit ham. Hank, you would say that he's more apt to call now that he knows at least one person doesn't have an ace. Or, you could make a case that he's going to fold more often now because he knows that Vicky doesn't have an ace. So it really hurt Witt there a little bit that Vicky did that.
Small and 2 bigs.
Witt didn't seem to mind. I noticed him chatting with Vicky afterwards.
Yeah. Well.
I was just seeing if they still treated the same way with a jackpot. Still treated the same way? Okay.
Chop, chop.
Yeah, small blind on the button there and 2 bigs, so they're chopped up.
Okay, who's got the button? Small blind? When Z left, the button passed you and the button went here.
So now Grace is going to have to post dead out of there in seat 5. And we're going to have small on the button again. So small, small, big, dead post. Lots of money in there already.
Pot's raised.
It looks like Doug is going to raise there. Out of the cutoff, he has an ace-5 suited. Witt's going to call with king-7 suited.
3 players.
And seat 9's in there with queen-6. King-5-3.
Seat 6 and 7 caught a piece. 7 with top pair.
Wow, really surprised to see Doug not bet there on the flop after being a raiser. He doesn't have a king, but can definitely represent it. He had a pair. Look at this. He's made trip 5s here on the turn. It's a 3rd heart.
It's a good check raising hand. Now, did he bet out?
No.
No. It's
check call.
Interesting.
Wow.
Maybe the hearts is scaring him? What is scaring him?
And the 9 comes on the river.
If he checks, And they
checked it down. He checked it down. So he's scared of hearts, but... I mean, you can't be scared to play your hands, especially when your head's up, Nicole. I mean, flushes, we're not like we're playing
limit.
Omaha.
It's not like we're playing no limit here, folks. Make a bet. It's $60. You got 1,000 in front of you. You can do it.
Pots raised.
You have pocket fives in seat 8 with Vicky. Raises it up.
3 players.
So we're going to see three-way action here. King 3-9, 2 diamonds.
Z calls with 4-10 suited and throws it away.
He was posted. Well, that's another common mistake that you see. I mean, I always see a lot of people calling with inferior hands in the big blind. Well, when you post from behind, you're in a blind too, and you really can't call with any 2 cards. I mean, I know you already have a half bet in there, and you're in better position than you're in a you know, a small or a big blind situation. But still.
Be able to raise one time. I want to raise. Gosh.
George has got pocket 10s in the small blind, seat 1. Vicky's going to limp here in the cutoff.
Pots
6-8
raised.
suited.
See, really, I don't like that play either because, I mean, you might play that hand in late position if there's already 4 or 5 limpers in front of you, but you don't have a pot, so why would you play it? I mean, Ken had raised with an ace-3, and George 3-betted with pocket 10s.
And Vicky calls.
Yep. Queen Jack 5.
And she got none of that.
10 still has the best hand, but it's not a great board. But he bets, and he's going to take it down. Yep.
Suit over for you, Otto. We'll make a seat. Thank you very much.
It's 7 card high-low. Is that okay?
He wants to play Hold'em with me.
It's 7 card high-low.
No, because in high-low, I always give him kings and jacks. So he wants to play Hold'em so I can give him deuces and 3s. Small blind right here, young lady.
Okay.
Pots raised.
Raise.
So Witt here, he's raised with a king-queen. He's open with a
3 bets here,
king-queen.
3 bets.
And Lizette is going to 3-bet.
Yes.
Looks like
Can you give me a
she
couple
has
bags,
pocket
please?
4s.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's going to be pocket 4s against king-queen. I can see that one of the kings is already dead. Jack 10 Jack. King-queen's open-ended. Wow, surprised to see king-queen not raised there. Again, we have the luxury of seeing what the cards are.
Exactly. He catches a king.
Yep. And 4's just going to bet here. Let's see what he does. And he's going to raise it. He's going to raise it, and
Lizette's
going to muck.
Good move.
I never asked it.
Rabbit Cam shows a 7 of hearts on the river.
I figured, you know, if she wants to tell me, she can tell me.
Thanks, sir.
If she doesn't want to, I'm not going to bring it in. You know what I'm saying?
I know she was gone for so long.
I know, yeah.
I kind of felt bad for her. I felt bad for her when I
Like when she wanted help, like how much help was it? Like,
Turn again, huh?
like six figures? I mean, like, I'm trying to think of what it would be for that. You know what I'm saying? But it was more than.
No call, Doug?
Yeah.
No call? No call.
I know, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It had to be at least like several $100,000 range.
Well, Lizette's on the button. Nope, she's not going to bring it in. I couldn't see what she
Cha-cha.
had. So, programming note, Nicole, for tomorrow, we are either going to do a 300 to 500 game, which is a 5-5 restricted buy-in, no-limit game, or we are going to do a new game that we've just started spreading here at the bike in the last week, which is a $40 restricted buy-in, no-limit
I
game.
saw that on the schedule. It's going to be very interesting if that's what's shown.
And I believe the blinds in that game are 1-2.
They are. I've actually played it.
Is it a blue chip game?
It is.
Yeah, like $1 chips. Once you get below $20, you can bring your stack up to $60, I believe.
They would just take the 10%, tells you something.
Witt has raised under the gun with king queen suited in seat 7, and he takes it down.
What's your call? I get you back. Straight you made on it.
I wish I did too. I'm just poor. Poor old lady trying to make a living.
Now, if you do happen to show the $40 game next week, Bart will probably have a lot of newcomers playing. which will be very interesting for our 2+ tours to see.
Gotta drive home. I think only one of those adjectives.
Pot's raised.
Let me figure out which one.
Raise pot.
Looks like we've got a couple of ace kings. Witt's got ace king suited in the big blind, and Vicky under the gun has ace king.
Crazy
Ace king against ace king. Let's see who can outplay each other here.
My guess is they're going to check it down.
I don't think Witt. Oh, and both players flop top pair. So my guess is that he's going to check raise here. No, well, I assume he's going to check raise the turn now.
See, they look at each other and they say, should we check it? And they both say, okay.
And a check call here again by ace king. Boy, women have it easy in this sport. I got to tell you.
Oh, we talked about that last time.
This guy's such soft playing her.
No kidding. This is what she
Although actually, if you really take a look at that board, if we can keep that up there, if she has ace jack or ace queen, you're beat.
Exactly.
And the only thing that you really can beat, you can really beat in that situation, is pocket kings or pocket tens. So I take that back. But it didn't look like he was looking that hard at the board, though. It looked like he was looking somewhere else. Sorry.
Sure. Check crackers, maybe. Look in the big blind with it. I don't want the. No, the breadsticks. Yeah, breadsticks.
This pot's been raised.
Now Ken there in seat 9, he's going to raise. He's got pocket jacks.
Witt has ace 10 suited in seat 7. Vicky king queen suited in seat 8. Nice hands in 7 and 8.
But they both have diamonds.
Yes, so this could be
and actually Ken's got
dangerous.
queen jack suited, excuse me. So Ken and Vicky have both flopped top pair here, and Vicky's going to bet out on the king queen. Queen 5 deuce, 2 spades. Ken's going to raise with top pair, and Vicky calls. So king queen against queen jack. Oh, look at that. The turn is a jack. Now Vicky's picked up top pair with a flush draw, and you would think that Ken's probably going to raise here with 2 pairs. And he is.
10 chips.
I'm
sorry, I didn't see the rest.
And Vicky has outs here. She needs to catch a king or a diamond. And she doesn't get there, but look at this. Yep. Queen jack is going to be good.
And every time it rolls.
Vicky just got a little unlucky there on the turn.
Yes, she did.
Queen jack, 2 pair.
Yeah, ace 10 of diamonds.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
You have a hard time gambling.
Don't come back tonight. Thank you all very much. Good luck to you.
Greg, the dealer, is leaving us.
We're sitting upstairs at the damn board, huh?
She's a nice lady.
So I'm looking at the latest statistics I'm trying to look at from the main event here, Nicole. And it looks like Matisow is still winning. Mike the Mouth.
Who's your money on?
Well, let me see where Phil Ivey is here. I think he's the best player left. And look at this Raymer. Raymer is back up. He was down at the end of yesterday, and he's back up to like 6th position. It's incredible.
Good for him. I'd kind of like to see him to win 2
Wow,
years in a row.
that would be unbelievable. Ace deuce jack here, 2 spades. Doug in seat 6 and Grace in seat 5 both have flush draws, and Ken has top pair here in seat 9. Now Doug is going to raise here on the come with the 10-9 of spades. Now the chances of the flush coming are not that good when someone else is also drawing good, but he can't know that. Question is he going to take the free card here on the turn? 6 comes on the turn.
Grace picks up a gut shot. Ken's still in the lead.
Does Grace have
Oh,
a
no,
bet
she
shot?
does. I'm
No,
sorry.
She's got a pair of sixes.
I'm looking at a 2
Yeah.
and thinking about a 3.
And ace 8 bets here. It looks like when a safe card comes, it's on a spade and she gets called. And look at this. The river is a 5, and Grace, drawing for the flush, has made 2 pairs. And ace 8 now checks. And Grace bets. Wow. And Grace gets lucky, catches running 2 pairs, drawing for a flush, and she takes down a nice little pot there.
Ken does not like to see that.
You have an ace?
Well, Spark says redraw. Everyone has a redraw to 2 pair there, buddy, at the end. Come on.
It's going to be, it's probably between the two of us, it's very close, I think.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're very close, Doug. It's a toss-up who has the best one.
Tiffany Williamson. I assume that's a female.
Yes, she's
Yeah.
a lawyer.
Yeah.
I had the 8.
What place is she in?
Well, it looks like out of 26 players, she's 20th.
Good for her. It's about time a woman showed up there.
And honestly, you got Manasau, you got Greg Raymer, Phil Ivey, Min Lee, Tim Fan, who was leading yesterday. Other than that, I don't recognize most of the other names. But, I mean, that was to be expected. The chances of there being more than 3 pros at the final table were really slim.
And if there are, it'll be pretty amazing out of 5,000 some players.
Now, the thing is that these other guys are pros in their own right online, and you just don't know them.
Good point.
I guarantee you. There are a lot of big internet guys in there that you just don't know. But that's, I mean, people made a big deal about the fact that Dan Harrington made 2 final tables in a row when the field was 863 in 2000. How about when Raymer wins one when the field was 2000 and makes it to the final table when there was 6,000? That's pretty amazing. Which, to try to reinforce the fact that maybe you should have a different style for very, very large fields, as opposed to, fields of 6, 7, 800.
Ace 10 in suit 5, Grace. Looks like the best hand currently.
You just go to the bike.
Jack 10-7, Rainbow. Grace has flopped second pair. And she's going to bet.
It goes away.
She's going to take it down.
Bless you. Bless you.
6 and 10.
Let's see if we can check out, while we're looking at this, maybe the Hendon Mob, where it tells you about the tournaments that Tiffany has gone deep in. So I'll look that up as we're moving along here.
You might not want to do that. So you'll kind of get that.
I want to say I read actually on the World Series of Poker website this morning that Tiffany, that is, won her way into this tournament with a $10 satellite on some online poker site. I forget the name of which one it was.
Hey, they're trying to figure out whose eyes those are.
We're going to see, it looks like 3-way action here. 3 bets. We got an ace, queen, an ace, jack, and a jack 8 suited. 4, deuce, 9. And Ken, who I believe 3-betted from the button, has bet with ace, jack. Lizette actually has the lead here with ace, queen. A 6 comes on the turn. And Ken's going to bet again here. And you wouldn't think, well, look at that. Lizette's going to check call here with ace, queen. Wow. The river's a 4. See if Ken gives up. Lizette checks. And Ken's going to check, and Lizette's going to take it down there with ace, queen. I got to tell you, maybe if Ken had bet there at the end, he might have been able to take that one down. Well, I'm looking in Hendon Mob here, and HendonMob.com, if people haven't been to it, it's a huge database of... literally, I've seen people listed under $25 tournaments. I mean, anyone you want to look up, if they've won a tournament or cashed in any tournament, it's there.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to have anything.
I really, when you were saying you were looking her up,
Yeah.
I want to say I got the impression when I read this article that she hasn't played in tournaments
This is
before.
probably her first tournament
Yes.
or something like that.
So she may be that
Chris Moneymaker-esque.
Exactly.
Yep. Well, Doug there in seat 6 has got pocket jacks, and he's raised pre-flop. Got a king 5.
2 spades for Hank is going to probably pull him into the...
Well, he's got a pair and a spade draw, so that's a pretty strong hand.
Good point.
There's no way she can win.
Turn is another king. And Doug continues to bet. And look at this. Look at this move by Hank. So he's check raised here with a pair, and it works. What a move by Hank in C3.
Nice job.
Check raised when the top pair pairs on the board with kings, and he's got queen 5, and he gets jacks to lay it down. And actually, the rabbit cam shows a 4 spades, so he would have gotten there. But again, when we talk about a semi-bluff, it's the combination of the fact that you might not have the best hand right now, but the chances that your opponent's going to fold and the chance that you may improve to the better hand makes that a powerful move. And a lot of times when top pair on the board pairs, you can make that move because it's that much less likely that that person has
Well, we saw
top pair.
Hank do that before, actually, to Lizette. When he had ace high, Lizette actually had nothing, and he check raised her, and she threw it away. So he's proficient at that move.
Grace is raised here, it looks like. Out of seat 5, she has pocket 7s.
You know Surinder, right?
Surinder? No. Is he still going out with the dealer from the Hustler?
5 players.
The one, Ted and the
Ace, queen 5.
Vicky's in the lead with her ace.
I never see her working anymore.
But Grace is bet here with her 7s. Doug calls with the flush draw. Hank calls with the flush draw. And Z actually has flopped bottom 2 pairs. We didn't quite catch that, and he's check raised everyone in seat 4. But his hand is very, very vulnerable right now. The turn is a 9. That's going to give Doug a pair and continue with the flush draw.
We got 2 flush possibilities.
And Z bets with queen 5. So he still has 2 pairs. Flush draws stick around.
Grace laid it down.
And Vicky's got a nut heart draw
Oh,
now.
and
Vicky makes the hearts here in seat 8.
And Grace would have gotten her 7. She's probably kicking herself until she'll see Vicky's cards and she'll
Yep.
know she made a good laydown.
And did Hank and Z bet? And now Vicky raises.
I believe that was the action. And he
And-
calls, and
and-
he's going to stand up, and he'd be upset.
And Vicky wins a huge pot. Look at the size of that pot. It's got to be over $1,000 pot.
You lost, Z, it's all right. Next time you'll win.
Well,
It's okay.
it's a lot of brown chips.
Nice job, Vicky.
Had top pair on the nut flush draw on the turn, and she made it on the river. And Z, boy, he's
That-
gone through a couple of racks tonight. I gotta say, at least a couple of racks. Let me go back and look.
He called a raise on his big blind there, and that big blind cost him a lot of money. Now, seat 6 there has played pretty tight all night. He's come in for a raise under the gun. He has ace-queen offsuit. Let's see what Vicky called with. She calls with king-queen offsuit. I don't like that call with a tight player coming in for a raise under the gun. Not with king-queen offsuit. Maybe if it's suited. Doug's going to bet here with the ace-queen. Vicky quickly mucks. And
Grace, look at this. She's flopped ace 8, so she's probably going to check raise. She's got 2 pairs.
Raise.
Up and down. Doug calls here. And Z, boy, Z's making some. He's really,
Z is
really
tilting.
tilting.
Looks as
Yep.
if.
The turn is a 6. It's actually going to improve Z's hand. He's got an open-ended straight draw now. Now Grace has bet, and Doug has called, and Z has called. So these need to going to catch a 9 or a 5, and that's not going to do it. A jack comes.
And Grace is going to take the pot down.
Yep, aces up is good. And Grace takes down a pretty big pot, and Doug can't be happy about that either. I mean, Z, that 6 for Z, that gives him a ton of outs. He can pick up a 9, a 10, or a 5.
But unfortunately, it was a hand he probably shouldn't have played in the first place.
Oh, absolutely. Agree with you. 3 flop.
Playing in a small blind cost him
Well,
a lot of money.
That's where you lose a lot of hands if you stay in on, especially if you stay in on the flop, and you pick up a draw on the turn, because now you're going to call again
A
on the
hand
turn.
that you didn't even want to play in the
Yeah.
first place, or you know you shouldn't have played in the first place. Cost you a lot of money.
We can't, yeah, like, we can't send that out there and give them the regular, no brown lettuce or whatever.
Witt has King Jack in seat 7.
He's looks like he's in the big blind, I believe. Grace is in the small blind. Yep, and he's going to check it. And we're going to see 4-way action here, limped around. Well, 6 deuce deuce. Not a bad pot for flop for pocket 3s. Let's see if Hank raises this up one time with pocket 3s. It gets tricky if you don't hit your set. Witt is bet here with King Jack.
Hank is thinking.
That's what he's thinking. I would be thinking the same thing.
And he throws it away.
My theory is he's got a 6.
The other one is the same.
You can raise that, Nicole, but I have no problem with Hank just mugging it. You are in position, but you don't know if the guy has a 6. It's an unraised pot, and he's in the blind.
And it was a nice play by Witt. Good for him for taking that pot down.
You try ordering a drink race. Order like a scotch, and then they come out with a triple shot or something.
I wasn't paying attention. It's pretty big blind.
Yeah, pocket 5.
Same thing.
Raise.
Yeah.
3 raise, 3 buttons. 4 buttons.
Right.
4 bet, huh?
I feel like calling Z, but
Well, after this hand, KevMath on 2+2 has filled us in for some of the info on Tiffany. Look at this Z in seat 4. He's got aces, and this isn't going to be pretty if he loses this. It's
really
capped
gonna be
pre-flop.
tilting.
And let's see how many players we get. Is it heads up? Heads up. And Lizette's got pocket 8s. Lizette's, it looks like Lizette bet and Z raised. The turn is a 5.
Bet it, Z. There you go.
Wow, I can't believe that Lizette is just... this is some of the worst play I've seen her play in a long time.
And he didn't. He checked it down.
And he checked it down on the river. Wow. Once again, Nicole.
If you say it's because she has ovaries, I'm going to kick you.
No, I'm talking about Z. Why wouldn't you bet the end? Why wouldn't you bet on the end?
I don't know, but he even just gave her some money. So there's.
So KevMath on 2+2 says that she won a 10. I guess she's English. She won a 10-pound satellite.
We're talking about Vicky here, right? What's her name?
Tiffany.
Tiffany. Okay.
She won a 10-pound satellite at the Gut Shot card room, to a further satellite at the Gut Shot, and she finished third in that satellite to win a $1,000 super satellite in Vegas. $1,000 super satellite are those multi-table satellites where it pays off a seat to the top 10% of the. So if you get 200 players, you get 20 seats.
Yeah.
And so she's a small stakes tourney player, and she might be the most ranked amateur to get this far in this tournament in quite some time. I would assume that you would put Chris Moneymaker in that category when it was the first time he had ever played a tournament in a live card room. But
so she's the next one. So if she wins, it'll be very interesting.
Well, Z's flop trip queens here, and he's check called wit.
A scare card, another diamond. Z's going to check.
Wit's going to bet.
I hope Wit can raise it here and not worry about those diamonds.
No, Z is actually got the trip queens. Yeah, he should check raise here, and he does. And there's no way that Wit can call.
No, he's got absolutely nothing.
No.
Are you going to check his one out tonight?
He shows the queen.
He needs to see the kicker.
Wow, the rabbit cam shows a 7 of diamonds there. That would have killed a lot of action, too. Fourth diamond to the board.
King gave me a hand.
Well, you would guess if a lot of the... still, one of the most interesting things I'm trying to figure out is what is the lineup going to be at the Bikes Free Roll tournament at Legends, which is the $25,000 free roll where you've seen it make a few women players really popular, like Cloney Gowan and Evelyn Ng. And I said that Liz Liu would probably definitely be one of the Travel Channel's picks, and you would think that this English lady's going to be there too if she's went pretty deep in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that she's down in the top, what are they down to now, 27?
25, yeah, 25? Top 25, yeah.
Just the fact that she's there and now everyone knows her name. I hope to see a lot more of her in other tournaments.
Definitely life-changing, that's for sure. Heads up here, 8-9 suited against King 5. Grace has picked up second pair and a gut shot straight draw. Wow, Z check calls here with King 5.
Interesting.
Turn is a 3. Now Grace continues. Her hand gets better.
Grace
and they
check,
agree.
Check,
yeah,
check,
they
check.
agreed to check it down. But 8-9 is going to be good anyways. Yeah.
Can you see that from here, Chris? Can you see that from here?
Yeah, the card, yeah. It was bent, yeah. Even in my garden, that's like,
I looked at it, yeah. Interesting part of Mark. 10 clubs, I think.
One of the other questions, Nicole, I had been asking of a lot of the players that did interviews with us at the Rio was, there's a physical capacity that you have to worry about at the main event. Now, you've got a room there that holds 2,200 people. Well, you had three-day ones this year. I mean, if the field goes up to 12,000 people next year, you're going to have 6-day ones? It's really not practical. I think they might really be thinking about upping the buy-in. Maybe they'd say 25,000.
Yeah, and why not? Because the WPT final event is 25,000. So why not make the World Series? I mean, if 5,600 people are willing to pay 10,000, next year probably the same amount are going to be willing to pay 25.
Grace has got pocket aces and she's raised. Deuce 8-6. Z's got top pair, and boy, he's going to get in trouble again here. He's going to get in trouble again. And you know what? I think Hank bet and Z just called and Grace just called? Is that what happened? Or did Grace bet? Wow. And Hank bets again, and now you've got to think Grace is going to raise. The turn is a king of diamonds, so he's got aces. Yep, and that's what happened. Grace waited to the turn to raise and picked up a pretty nice draw there on the turn. She's got aces with the ace of diamonds.
I had to check if I had one of them.
I'd have done the same thing.
I wish I had one of them. They had the same color. That wasn't easy to remember.
How high were the diamonds? I didn't see.
You don't have to look tonight and feel sorry about laying down the hand. But you don't even have to look. You're in a drawing.
Raise.
We've got a raise from Cannon seat 9 with 8-10 suited.
Yeah, 8-10 gap connector. And Z's going to call in seat 4 with king 7.
Don't do it, Z.
3, jack, ace. Ken's going to bet. Z mucks.
It's my shin in your knee. It's not exactly a move.
Somehow that doesn't sound sexual.
We have about 15 minutes left in the show.
It is. That's a pretty lame move.
This one's going to get chopped around. So we've seen hasn't been the most action-packed game tonight, but we've seen some interesting things go down.
That's Chinese. I think so, yeah. ABC. American born Chinese. Banana.
Is that whatever happened to what's her name? Elizabeth. Wasn't she gonna...
Grace has king 4 in the small blind, suited.
In the morning?
Z's going to raise it up here with king 10 offsuit. I don't mind that play at all.
No, especially
Not
since he
button.
does have the best hand, and he's gonna get some money out.
Yeah, where I don't like is I don't like calling in the small blind with king 4. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different when it's, again, it's a 2-3 blind structure as opposed to a 1-3 or a 2-4. Queen 3, queen. Check, check. The turn is a 3.
King high is the winner. They're both gonna split the pot.
Yep. And it's going to be a chop pot. Queens and 3s with a king kicker. Again, there's nothing. I guess there's nothing really a card room can do about this, but I just don't. I mean, players checking it down against each other. It's just, I don't know. My own personal opinion is it kind of hurts the integrity of the game a little bit.
We talked about that a little bit last time. Is that the problem when you start playing with somebody so much is all of a sudden you become friends and then you're not making money, which is what you usually go to a card room to do.
That got me up, down, and get burned in the
Ace 3 suited.
And Z comes in for a
raise.
Frustrated raise. Oh, man. Vicky's going to call here, and Wid is in there in seat 7 with 4-5 off suit. King, queen, 8. Vicky's got top pair. Let's see how she plays it. Oh, and everyone checks.
She's got to know the king is good. Bet it.
Turn is a 6.
Wit
actually has 4 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, so I don't believe that he's going to stay in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he mucks.
She shows her king. And takes down a nice pot.
I actually talked with the tournament director, and forgive me, I forget his name off the top of my head. This year, Kenny Lambert. That's right. Little voice popped in my head and told me that.
A little birdie.
Yeah, and
named Evelyn.
I thought they were going to play down to 9 today.
I was saying, you know, how can the downtown area, handle this? Can Binion, more specifically, can Binions handle it? Now, obviously, there's only 30 or whatever, 25 players. I heard that they were only playing down to 27, but it looks like they have, they have less than that now. I think it's either play down to 27 or end at midnight. So they'll end it with whatever
comes later.
Right. So,
first.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we know we meant.
If they had less than 27, they're going to end it at midnight. So it's not the players that you're scared of in terms of Binions having capacity. It's the media attention and the spectators. Can they handle it? Now, they handled 2,200 people last year, but you never know. I wonder what kind of scene they're going to have set up there in terms of people who want to watch the end.
And are they charging for that?
The good thing about casinos is that they normally don't charge for things.
They could probably make some money for that.
Witt is going to raise here with 5-7 of clubs. And Ken is 3-betted with ace-jack. Offsuit.
Witt likes his suited semi-connectors. He picks up a 5. He's going to call.
Ken makes a bet, Witt calls.
I predict that may be what happens the whole time.
And now Witt picks up a flush draw along with his pair.
Definitely going to call here.
Ken bets.
Witt raises.
Gonna
Nice
raise.
raise.
And he is vulnerable, obviously, to overcards. So
Ken lays it down.
Ken lays it down. And look at this, a 5 comes on the river there. Now, I like the raise there by Witt, but if seat 9 calls and a blank comes on the turn, comes on the river, I think that you check right behind him, because if you bet, you really can only be called by a hand that beats you, like an overpair, or he didn't even have top pair, an 8, you know. Now you raise on the turn, you're representing like a set or something with a big draw. I like the raise, but definitely you got to check behind him on the river.
Lizette has left our game.
If Witt's hand doesn't improve, of course, I'm saying. If he doesn't get there with the flush, or if he doesn't make two
I
pairs.
understand you all the way, Bart.
Most women do. It's interesting.
Do or don't?
Good call, man. There's still other cards to come.
Jack 4 is good.
Could have won your way.
Five, 9, 5, 2 clubs.
Grace had picked up Ace King suited this hand, but Z's pocket 3s are in the lead.
Grace is going to continue to lead here. Now Ken's got 7, 8. And he's going to lay down the gut shot. And again, Z only has an underpair here.
It's so hard with those underpairs that oftentimes you don't realize that they're actually the winners. But when you have someone betting into you on a board that's all above your pair, it's hard to keep going.
And you're out of position.
Exactly.
Yep, you're out of position. And Z is going to make the call here.
Grace does not like this.
The river's a deuce, and it gets checked down. And 3s is going to take it down. Well, we're getting some more information about Tiffany. But I wanted to say Russ and Kevin on 2+2, you're right. It looks like, Nicole, the players are looking off the screen, and they're watching the full tilt thing on TV. So that they had that. And I think that might be live. So that's interesting. Okay, I'm getting word that they canceled it. Well, they're watching... jeez. God, everyone's giving me a lot of crap. Yes, it is that thing. People don't realize when you're trying to watch 5 different things and then people feed information into you, in your ear.
Evelyn's playing a violin for you.
Apparently, Raymer, who I'd said a couple hours back when I had looked at his chip count, he was in about 35th or 40th place, and now he's in about 5th place.
Good for
And
him.
apparently it was because he doubled through that lady, Tiffany, when she called with an ace-jack all in, and Raymer had kings, and the kings held up.
Now, is Greg Raymer wearing the glasses? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Chop chop. 3826. Good chopping pot.
A lot of things could happen.
Whit? No, what's his middle name? Ness. Ness. With Ness.
Apparently, Tiffany has had the clock called on her several times as well for
Now,
taking
you
too
know
long.
what? I know it's a huge tournament. It's a lot of money. But what are you really thinking about for 10 minutes? Does it really take that long? I honestly, when I'm sitting in a tournament, that annoys me as well.
We're heads up, ace queen against queen 10. George is raised pre-flop, and Vicky was in the big blind. Vicky's got an
A
open-ended
gut shot. I mean, open-ended, you're
open-ended
right.
straight draw. And she has check called here. Turn is a 3 of clubs.
See if she keeps it up.
She's check called again.
I'm rooting for seat 1 because I just haven't seen him play so much.
The river is a jack, and ace queen's going to be good here.
And he's going to check it because he's scared.
I don't think so. No way.
Good job, George. Good job.
No, there's a value bet there to be
And
made.
she lays it down.
What can you be scared of?
A jack, silly.
Oh, come on. Come on.
She was calling for something. It could have been a jack.
I'll tell you. What do you want to know something? You're going to tell me something. And I'll here. I know the answer. I'll tell you.
Ace king suited here for Grace in seat 5. And Hank has got ace king offsuit in seat 3. And the button has ace queen offsuit.
Well, all the aces are taken almost.
3 of them.
There you go, take 2 back.
And Ken mucks pocket 6s to 4 bets, which I think is a pretty good laydown.
Yeah, pretty easy one at that point.
Ace king, and ace queen.
Good
Really
morning.
something if that case ace comes here on the flop.
Action. Oh,
Wow.
and Wit sucks out.
Witt's flopped the best hand here with ace queen. He's going to bet from the button in seat 7.
He also
And look at this, Hank's getting tricky here. He's going to check raise with ace king, maybe trying to drive Grace out. Does Hank realize who's in between, though? It's Grace. Come on, she's not going to lay down overcards.
Wit now also has the best hand with his flush draw.
Yep, the turn is a jack of diamonds.
Not only the queen.
And
everyone's calling.
Grace continues to call with just overcards. Now Witt's got to think, well, do I raise here?
Call.
Maybe someone has an overpair.
He looked like he was about to lay it down.
No, he's going to call. I think he was thinking if he was going to raise or not.
Okay.
The river's an 8. And if he gets checked to him, no,
Made you some money now.
Hank's going to bet.
Show me the kings. Come on.
Ace high.
I don't.
Wit
again,
thought
I
he had
don't-
kings. He did think he was beat, but he wasn't.
You know, I really, I appreciate what Hank's trying to do here in this spot, but still, I'm still a big proponent of playing straightforward against those types of players, especially when you're check raising to try to knock out the person in the middle.
Well, especially when they call. Okay, they call you once.
That's what I'm saying.
all right.
You're not going to check raise Grace out of anything. So I don't quite understand what Hank is trying to do there with Ace King.
I think he figured it worked for him before. And we're told this is our last hand, Bart.
Last hand of the night. Please join us tomorrow night again from 6 to 10 Pacific time. We will either be doing our 3 to 500, 5-5 restricted buy-in, no-limit game, or the new game that we just started spreading, $40 restricted buy-in, no-limit game with 1-2 blinds.
See you later, George.
And I will be here again tomorrow all night with either Shirley, I believe Shirley for at least the first half of the night. It looks like we got heads up. Wow, 6, 7, 8, all hearts.
All hearts on the flop. Nobody has a heart, but we've got a bet and a call.
Oh, Vicky's gonna bet on the 6. She does have the best hand.
Not
Again,
sure
I don't know
what
why.
Hank
Why
is
would
calling
Hank check
for.
call here? Yeah, with King Jack.
He might be tilting a little bit at this point.
I don't get it. The turn is a
Like a
queen.
marker, or a
I mean, excuse me, the river's a queen.
Put a piece of Scotch tape over it so it wouldn't.
Why?
I don't want people in the casino knowing me.
I never get that.
Well,
What do you mean?
looks like George had left the table. He's just around for the show, and that's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks again for joining us. Please tune in again tomorrow at 6 o'clock Pacific time for Bart Hanson and Nicole Pepe.
We're out of here.
Thank
Bye.
you for joining us. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Play bigger than this. Well, I'm gonna give you.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.